So devotees, welcome to our special seminar, pre-Janmashtami seminar, Gita Week. But we're going even, I don't know if we should say it, better than Gita Week. We're going, I don't know what, Krishna Week. I don't know. Vraja Krishna Week. Krishna in Vrindavan. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Baradhari. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Baradhari. Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Yamunatira Vanachare. Yamunatira Vanachare. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Radha. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Baradhari. Balava. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Baradhari. Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana. Andana. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Nandana. Yamunatira Vanachare. Yamunatira Vanachare. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jai Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Vishpad Paramahansa Parivrajakacharyas Tennessee Smad, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki, Grantaraj Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Ki, Sri Sri Radha Radhanath Ki, Sri Giri Govardhan Ki, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki, Gopremanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presta Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachade Shatarne Sri Krishna Chaitanya Pramunityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakapatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha Paditanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Devotees, welcome to everyone. Until Sri Krishna Janmashtami, which is Monday, I think Monday next week. So as a build-up to get us focused and to get into the mood for Sri Krishna Janmashtami, we will have a seminar which we have titled The Beauty and Sweetness of Lord Krishna. What a wonderful subject matter. So every night at 6 o'clock our time, South African time, we will discuss different pastimes and different understandings of Krishna and his beauty and sweetness, his nature, his activities, his relationships like this. So each night we will begin by reading a verse or a couple of verses or so from Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 21, which is Lord Caitanya instructing Sanatana Goswami. So we will read from that 21st chapter, which is titled The Opulence and Sweetness of Lord Sri Krishna. We'll read a few verses just to start. So yes, this opulence, this beauty. Well, Krishna has 6 opulences, of course, as Bhagavan. Bhaga meaning opulence, and Van meaning one who possesses. Krishna possesses 6 opulences: beauty, strength, fame, knowledge, and renunciation, and one other, what is it? Strength. Did I? Anyway, he has 6 opulences. And amongst those opulences, his beauty and the sweetness which comes with it is really particularly outstanding. In fact, when these 6 opulences are discussed, the opulence of beauty is discussed first. So that beauty, that sweetness of Krishna is displayed in his pastimes, in his interactions with devotees, his relationships with devotees. It's such an amazing and wonderful thing. So definitely coming up to Janmashtami is just a very suitable time for focusing on these things more than perhaps we usually do. Those of you who were participating in our Brihad Bhagavatamrita seminar a little while ago, you might recall how there was an incident when Lord Krishna was living in Dwarika and feeling tremendous separation from Vrindavan and the devotees of Vrindavan. So there was an incident in which Narada Muni, great mendicant devotee, Narada Muni, seeing the separation and the difficulty, you could say, that Lord Krishna was having, being separated from Vrindavan and the devotees of Vrindavan. So Narada Muni, to try to appease Krishna, to pacify Krishna and satisfy this need of Krishna's, Narada Muni organized a drama a drama which was enacting, in which were enacted different Vrindavan pastimes. And Narada Muni arranged for the greatest actors and actresses and all the makeup and all the things which are required for really first-class dramatic presentations. And he, being an expert in everything to do with Krishna in all respects, he trained those actors and actresses and arranged everything. And then when they were ready, he presented that drama for Lord Krishna and the other, like his family and other associates of Krishna in Dwarika. So it was held in the palace there. Maharaj Ugrasena was the king. So they had, of course, a very nice facility. They had the Sudama Assembly Hall and all sorts of facilities. So a very ideal facility there for presenting the drama. And the drama started. And first onto the stage were some cowherd boys and Bridgebusy devotees, and their mood and what they were saying, the ways they were expressing themselves, it was all so authentic, real Bridgebusy culture. And Lord Krishna just became entranced by this and really started to feel that he was in Vrindavan. And then devotees, you know what happened then? Then Krishna came onto the stage. And like we said, Narada Muni had arranged everything, the makeup, the dress, and just everything, the mannerisms, the ways of speaking and emotions and all these things. He arranged so expertly that when Krishna came onto the stage, the first thing that happened was that Krishna, not actor Krishna, but Krishna, became astonished, completely astonished. And then actor Krishna started expressing himself and just moving and gesturing and displaying different feelings and like this, so perfectly that now Krishna, who was already just astonished, Krishna became overwhelmed. And Krishna asked Uddhava, his prime minister, his main advisor, Krishna asked Uddhava, who of course is something of an expert on Vrindavan, having taken the messages of Krishna to the Brijbasis as described in Srimad Bhagavatam. So Krishna asked Uddhava, like, really serious question, really totally serious question. He asked Uddhava, is this me, the actor, or am I me? And Uddhava said, my lord, it's just a drama, just please, just sit back and enjoy the drama. But this Krishna was just so authentic in the extreme that Krishna he went from astonishment to bewilderment and then to being just losing control altogether. And Krishna jumped up. He was seated in sort of a seat of honor, a little bit at the back, and the others were, sitting on the floor or whatever like that. So, but Krishna just becoming overpowered and losing control, Krishna suddenly jumped up. And before Uddhava could stop him, Krishna started pushing his way through the crowd from the back to just run up and to embrace Krishna. And so he's running and pushing his way through, but he had to push his way through and people had to move out of the way. So it wasn't so fast. And Uddhava came running after him and caught up to him and held on to him. My Lord, please come and sit down. It's just a play. It's just a drama. Please sit down. And then Krishna sort of, not entirely, but somewhat, came to his senses and apologized to the devotees and went and sat down. Yes, so it's all very amazing, actually. The beauty and sweetness of Krishna, even when illustrated in such a way, those actors and actresses were Gandharvas, and they're expert in the dramatic arts. And yes, Krishna became overpowered by that. So that's there in Brihad Bhagavatamrita. We read about that. And so now let us explore the subject of the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna in different ways. So like I said, we'll begin by reading, every night perhaps we'll read a couple of 2 or 3 verses, something like that, from this 21st chapter of Madhya Leela of Caitanya Charitamrita, and then we'll explore some pastime. So first we will read, it's a Bhagavatam verse. This is Lord Caitanya explaining about these things to Sanatana Goswami. So first we will read, it is Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, Chapter 2, verse 12. Yan marchali lopaikam swayoga, mayabalam darshayata grihitam, vismapanam swasya chasobagarde, parampadam bhushanangam. Translation. This is verse 100 from that 21st chapter of Madhya Leela. So yes, this is Uddhava speaking, actually, in conversation between himself and Vidura. 3rd Canto, Chapter 2, verse 12. To exhibit the strength of his own spiritual potency, Lord Krishna manifested a form just suitable for his pastimes in the material world. This form was wonderful even for him, and was the supreme abode of the wealth of good fortune. Its limbs were so beautiful that they increased the beauty of the ornaments worn on different parts of his body. Yes. So Krishna is so beautiful, he beautifies his ornaments. He makes the ornaments which normally, for your average ordinary person, they are obviously, ornaments are considered to be something to increase your beauty, to enhance, add to whatever attractiveness your material body has. But in this case, it works differently, because Krishna is so beautiful that he makes his ornaments, and of course these are just amazing ornaments. They're not your typical cheap Chinese made or whatever, that sort of thing. Factory-made ornaments from wherever, some industrial place. But these are just amazing ornaments of solid gold encrusted with valuable gems. But compared to Krishna, those things look rather plain. And when he puts those things on, then by contact with his transcendental body, those ornaments become beautified. Yes, okay, next is verse 101. Krishnera yateka kela, sarvotama naralila, naravapu tahara swarup, gopavesha venukara, navkishora natabara, naralila haya anurupa. Lord Krishna has many pastimes, of which his pastimes as a human being are the best. His form as a human being is the supreme transcendental form. In this form, he is a cowherd boy. He carries a flute in his hand, and his youth is new. He is also an expert dancer. All this is just suitable for his pastimes as a human being. So we can note there that when Lord Caitanya says that Lord Krishna's pastimes as a human being are the best, he's not saying, it's obviously included, but he's not specifically saying that Krishna's pastimes as a human being are the best compared to his pastimes in animal forms, although that's included. Krishna as the tortoise and as a fish and as Varaha, etc. In all the species, Lord Krishna is there. He takes forms which are directly he himself as the Supreme Lord, but he takes forms in all the species you can think of. But when Lord Caitanya says that Krishna's pastimes as a human being are the best, it's not that he's specifically comparing Krishna's pastimes in human type form to those pastimes in the animal forms. He is comparing them to his pastimes in Vaikuntha as the Supreme Lord, not just as a human, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master, the Lord and Master, four-armed forms, sometimes eight-armed, sometimes even more. There's even Sahasrabahu Vishnu, 1,000-armed form, and surely there's forms with unlimited numbers of arms. So, beginning with the four-armed forms, those are predominant in Vaikuntha, and that's not exactly human. Human means as on this planet, and therefore Lord Caitanya says here, his form as a human being is the supreme transcendental form. In this form, he is a cowherd boy. That's really Krishna as a human being. Because he looks, you could say, like a human being. Of course, his beauty is there, but 2 arms and other than extreme beauty, nothing that you don't really find in regular human beings. Forearms you don't find in regular human beings. So, I'll read one more verse and then we'll go on to a particular pastime. Krishna, this is the next verse, 102. Krishna Madhura Rupa Shuna Sanatana Ye Rupira Ekakana Dubaya Sabha Tribhuvana Sarva Prani Kare Akarshan. My dear Sanatan, the sweet, attractive, transcendental form of Krishna is so nice. Just try to understand it. Even a fractional understanding of Krishna's beauty can merge all three worlds in the ocean of love. He attracts all living entities within the three worlds. So let's, just by way of introduction, little introduction, to the subject matter of the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna. Now let us explore the subject a little more by referring to one pastime, one book in fact. The whole book is devoted to describing this pastime, and the book is called Prema Samputa, written by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And just to encourage you really, and hopefully to influence you to really pay attention very nicely, let us read the very last sentence. Yes, the very last sentence in this whole book, which is, it's like a falastuti. It is a falastuti, a prayer which describes the fruit, the result of hearing this particular pastime, this particular literature. So that falastuti is the result of listening nicely to this is, anyone who faithfully hears or describes this pastime of the Supreme Lord with the gopis of Vraja attains supreme devotion to Krishna and quickly becomes free from the heart's disease of lust, becoming fixed in Krishna consciousness. That's nice, isn't it? That's what we're looking for. We've had enough. Krishna. Oh, fluttering around, floating around, sinking. Oh, had enough of dallying in this material world. So we'll go through the pastime. It's a book. It's a short book. It is, I think it's 11 pages. About 11 pages. So let's go through here. Yes, so this pastime happens when, well, it's one of quite a series of pastimes which take place in which sometimes in some of these pastimes Srimati Radharani has become transcendentally angry with Krishna and is not really willingly interacting with him. You know, it's all part of the transcendental Leela. But sometimes in those pastimes, Krishna disguises himself And he's such a master of disguise that he can, even though he's just so totally unique in every respect, but when he really disguises himself, his appearance and his voice, then even Srimati Radharani cannot recognize him. And nobody can recognize him. So in this particular pastime, Lord Krishna assumes the form of a demigoddess. The form of the demigoddess and all the dress, the trappings and the ornaments, and just, demigoddesses are very, very opulent and sort of glorious looking. So, yes. So Lord Krishna came into Srimati Radharani's courtyard. This means in Yavat, in the beautiful dress of a woman, and sat down, shyly covering his eyes with his sari. We will not talk about, anyway. Yes, the end of the sari is not just to keep the shoulders warm. Yes. So, but anyway, that's not what we're getting into here. So, yes, and of course, being Krishna, although being so incredibly disguised as to be unrecognizable, even by Radharani, when Krishna came in like this, and Srimati Radharani and her gopi friends saw Krishna like this, they were astonished. And Radharani said to Lalita, "Who is this beautiful-faced, lotus-faced girl whose dress and ornaments are so enchanting, and who's illuminating our courtyard with her emerald luster?" So Lalita and Vishaka approached the disguised Krishna and asked, "Oh, slender girl, who are you? Where are you from? Why have you come here?" But, devotees, Krishna did not reply. It will become clear why, but at least this is what they saw first. That this beautiful, incredibly beautiful young girl, or sort of teenage, late teenage, Kishore type age, means late teenage, mid to late, but later teenage. Yes, so didn't reply. So then Radharani approached Krishna and in a very curious mood asked, "Who are you? Your luster enchants my mind. Are you a goddess? Your form is so exquisitely beautiful." And Krishna, the demigoddess, remained silent. So it's very mysterious. So Radharani said, Oh, beautiful, noble girl, please help us. Satisfy our curiosity by introducing yourself to us. And just by looking at you, we can all see that you are just going to be one of our most intimate friends. So there's no need to be shy or to be afraid in front of us. Please just open your heart. So hearing that, What did Krishna do? Did he say anything? No. Krishna breathed deeply, like a sigh. Something like that. Yeah. And Radharani said, "Oh, beautiful girl, it seems to me that you have some heartache. You're feeling some pained emotions. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a condition. So please, lotus-faced girl, tell us your problems. You can," and Radharani said, "you can trust me completely. Just explain yourself, and I will try to remove your distress. The burning blisters of your heartache can only be extinguished by revealing your mind to a friend." This is association, sadhu sangha, Vaishnava association. It's true. It's true. Yes. So, but what did Krishna do? The demigoddess simply sighed. And so now Radharani tries to guess what could be the problem. Are you now separated from your love? Or are you feeling sorry because you've seen that your love has some faults? Maybe you're feeling afraid because you offended him in some way. Or maybe some of your enemies, a bit of the heat of social interaction. Maybe some of your enemies have gossiped about you with your beloved. Or maybe you're a married woman, but your husband is not so great. And you're feeling some disgust about that in your mind. And then you've found that you just became attached to some other very rare man. And who makes your husband look a bit, otherwise. And then, so maybe you're like me, who gets chastised. I get chastised by my superiors with harsh words. Because after all, Radharani, everyone knows that she loves Krishna and that Krishna loves her. But she is married to Abhimanyu, who is, of course, there are two Abhimanyus. One is the son of Arjuna, but he's completely different. Now, this is another Abhimanyu. He's Abhimanyu, who's a cowherd, and he is a bit of a, what would you say, but, these terminologies, a murk, if you're Hindi speaking. In Tamil, I don't know. What do you say in Tamil? Anyway, I'll look that up, actually. Yes, some sort of murk, some sort of silly fool. A mahamurk is Abhimanyu. It seems like the ultimate mismatch of a young man and a young woman, because obviously there has to be as much compatibility as possible in all respects. But here, whoever read the stars that day got things mixed up. Yes. So then Radharani continues guessing. Has your co-wife blinded with pride over her fortune, pierced your heart with the arrows of her harsh words. No, that's not possible. Because how could anyone be more beautiful than you? Because we must, of course, know that when Krishna disguises himself as anything, any type of entity even, then he is just totally the most outstandingly beautiful of the men or the women or even different animals like that. So Radharani continues, "O moon-faced girl, I've heard the story of Mohini. She was so beautiful, she attracted even Lord Shiva. But even when Shiva was enchanted, you were not. So now what do you need?" Radharani tells the demigoddess, what do you need? You need to meet Krishna. Then you will feel happy. When Lord Hari will cast his eyes on you, then even you will be enchanted. And Radharani says, it will be very amusing to see you enchant each other. So, the demigoddess Krishna, with sari on and just, it's amazing. Hearing these words, Krishna's whole body broke out in goose pimples of ecstasy. This is one of the 8 sattvika bhavas, goose pimples. I mean, we've all had goose pimples at some point in the past, but not like this. So Krishna's body is just bursting out, almost exploding with goose pimples, which is what happens when he meets Radharani. So Krishna, the demigoddess, does not want to give himself away. So he pulls his sari tightly over, so no limbs are showing or anything like that at all. And then seeing the demigoddess just covering herself up like that, Srimati Radharani said that, "Oh, Sakhi, are you suffering? Is something wrong with you? Do you have some pain in your chest, your back, your head?" And Srimati Radharani said to Vishaka, please bring that valuable oil which my father gave me, so lovingly gave me, which cures all diseases." And Radharani said to Krishna, "I have this oil. It is the very form of my father's love. So I'll softly rub this oil onto your body and onto your head with my own hand. Then all the pain from your limbs will go away." And then Radharani told Vishaka, "I will remove this beautiful girl's pain by bathing her in very fragrant, lukewarm water. This will cure her and make her happy. Then she'll be able to speak." So Srimati Radharani started massaging the demigoddess with this special oil all over, well, at least all over the head, or maybe just all over. And then Radharani noticed that the demigoddess's condition had not changed. And so Radharani was a little confused that I was dedicated. I was just constantly speaking sweet words and curing her by massage, very carefully, very lovingly with this oil. But still she sits there saying nothing. So, I don't know. Maybe she is a pretender. Well, that's true. Yes. Maybe she isn't in any pain. Anyway, I will try again another approach by taking some of the elixir given by Dhanvantari during the churning of the milk ocean, and that will help her. And then she says, if I can get Krishna with his lotus palms to touch and embrace this girl, then she will laugh and shriek and call out. What more can I say? This is what we must do. We must call Krishna. So, the demigoddess Krishna, hearing these words, could not stop herself smiling. So again she pulled her sari, that way or this way, I don't know, across the face, covering the smile that appeared on his lotus-like face, and pulled the veil over his curly locks. You know, Krishna's hair is a little curly, not curly, but just kind of wavy. Yes, with his delicate fingers, and Radharani and the gopis watching these movements, they were astonished. They became like chakora birds. Chakora birds, which only drink, chakora birds, drinking the nectar of Krishna's words as he spoke with a perfectly imitated woman's voice. Can you imagine? Then the demigoddess spoke and said, I am a demigoddess, and I live in the heavenly planets. I came to you because I'm very, very sad. So please listen, O fair-faced girl. I want to know something. This is Krishna speaking to Radharani. Who else but you can help me? So Radharani responded that, oh, you're so beautiful. Your identity as a demigoddess cannot be false. I can clearly see you must be. There's no one like you amongst us human beings. There's no comparison to your enchanting, emerald-like luster. Emerald-like. You can only be compared to yourself. Yes. So please tell us, girl with a face like an autumn lotus, are you separated from your husband? Don't feel offended. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just wondering what's wrong with you. If you love me, Radharani says, then consider me yours and reveal your mind to me. So then, Krishna, the demigoddess, responded, why do you doubt that I'm your friend? Although I'm a demigoddess and you are a human, I am yours. Believe me when I tell you I want to become your maidservant, having tasted just a drop of the nectar of your love, your form and qualities. So please listen to me now. You must remove the heartache I'm feeling, which is very intense. So the demigoddess is going to explain why she's so upset. She's just sort of kind of like socially paralyzed. She can't even speak. So she begins, he begins, she begins. O Saki, there is a flute sound which resounds in Vrindavan, and which enters the heavenly planet so forcefully that the heavenly girls not only lose taste for embracing their husbands, but they feel disgusted after being embraced by their husbands. When that flute sounds, it's a mixture of nectar and poison, when it enters the ears of the demigoddesses, it overwhelms them. So their bodies seem to be on fire. And seeing this, their husbands call out, "Alas, what has happened?" and immediately let go of them. They can't hold them because the bodies are on fire. O Saki, listen. This is Krishna, the demigoddess. No one in heaven is old. Everyone is young. So who will chastise who? After hearing this flute music, everyone ends up in the same condition. No one can mock anyone else. That sound destroys the demigoddess's vows of charity. When I hear the sound every day, I think, what is this sound? Where's it coming from? So then I followed that sound, and I came from heaven here to earth, and I stayed at Vamsivat for a little while, watching your pastimes with Krishna, and becoming acquainted with some of his boyfriends and some of the gopis. So, what is the reason for the demigoddess to be so distressed? Wow. So totally distressed. Devotees, tune in tomorrow night. Tune in tomorrow night and find out. Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava ke, Shishi Radha Radhanath ke, Srila Prabhupada ke, Go Premanande. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihare. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihare. Gopi Jana Balava Giribaradhare. Gopi Jana Ballava Giri Bharadhare Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Dana Yamunatira Vanachare Yamunatira Vanachare Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihare Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihare Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Tadasasismad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON's Foundracharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Grantaraj Sri Caitanya Charitamrita Ki Sri Sri Radha Radhanath Ki Sri Giri Govardhan Ki Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Sankirtan Yagya Ki Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So devotees, well, let us chant a few prayers first. Nama Om Vishnupade Krishna Prasna Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadesh Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchkalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha Patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So devotees, continuing on with our seminar on the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna, and we'll begin by reading a few verses from Caitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila chapter 21. And we'll begin with verse, what is it now? Verse 103. Yes, right. Verse 103. Yogamaya Chitshakti Vishuddha Sattva Parinati Tara Shakti Loke Dekaite E Rupa Ratana Bhaktaganir Gudadana Prakata Kaila Nitya Lila Haite. This is Lord Caitanya speaking to Sanatana Goswami. The transcendental form of Krishna is shown to the world by Lord Krishna's internal spiritual energy, which is a transformation of pure goodness. This jewel-like form is the most confidential treasure of the devotees. This form is manifested from Krishna's eternal pastimes. And verse 104. Rupadeki apanara Krishnera haila chamatkara asvadite mane ute kama swasobhagya yanranama Sondaryadi gunagrama E rupa nityatara dhamma. The wonderful form of Krishna in his personal feature is so great that it attracts even Krishna to taste his own association. Indeed, Krishna becomes very eager to taste it. Total beauty, knowledge, wealth, strength, fame, and renunciation are the 6 opulences of Krishna. He is eternally situated in his opulences. Yes, 6. Beauty, knowledge, wealth, strength, fame, and renunciation. Those are the 6. So there's a purport here by Srila Prabhupada. Let's read this. Krishna has many pastimes, of which his pastimes in Goloka Vrindavan, the Gokula Leela, are supreme. He also has pastimes in the Vaikunthas, the spiritual world, as Vasudeva, Sankashan, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. In his pastimes in the spiritual sky, he lies down in the causal ocean as Karanana Vashai, the Purusha avatar. His incarnations as a fish, tortoise, and so on are called his causal incarnations, or incarnations for particular occasions. He incarnates in the modes of nature as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu. He also incarnates as empowered living entities like Prithu and Vyas. The Supersoul is his localized incarnation, and his all-pervasive aspect is the impersonal Brahman. When we consider impartially all the unlimited pastimes of the Lord, we find that his pastimes as a human being on this planet, wherein he sports as a cowherd boy with a flute in his hands, and appears youthful and fresh like a ballet dancer. So these are pastimes and features that are never subjected to material laws and inebrities. The wonderful beauty of Krishna is presented in the supreme planet, Gokula, Goloka Vrindavan. Inferior to that is his representation in the spiritual sky, and inferior to that is his representation in the external energy, Devi Dham. A mere drop of Krishna's sweetness can drown these three worlds, Goloka Vrindavan, Hari Dham, Vaikuntha Loka, and Devi Dham, the material world. Everywhere Krishna's beauty merges everyone in the ecstasy of transcendental bliss. Actually, the activities of Yoga Maya are absent in the spiritual sky and the Vaikuntha planets. She simply works in the supreme planet, Goloka Vrindavan. And she works to manifest the activities of Krishna when he descends to the material universe to please his innumerable devotees within the material world. Thus, a replica of the Goloka Vrindavan planet and the pastimes there is manifested on this planet, on a specific tract of land, Bhoma Vrindavan, the Vrindavan Dham, on this planet. All right, devotees, let us continue our discussion from last night. So if you remember, Krishna has disguised himself as a demigoddess. And he's so expert in the art of disguise that even Srimati Radharani cannot recognize him. He's disguised himself as a girl and is speaking in a just like the most exotic girl's way of speaking. And he's dressed like the supreme girl practically. So Krishna, disguised as the demigoddess, arrived in the assembly of Radharani and her girlfriends and walked in and wouldn't say anything. Yeah. And it appeared she was upset. And Radharani and the other gopis, Vishaka, also got involved in trying to find out from her what's the problem. But the girl would not, Krishna would not say. So, but then eventually they've come to the point where Krishna, the demigoddess, is going to say so. I mean, in a minute or 5 or something like that. Yes, so Radharani's pressing, what's the problem? And Radharani has suggested, you know what you need. You need to meet with Krishna. Then you'll feel happy. And just see the consciousness. It's amazing. I think we all know only too well that when there's one boy, nice boy, very nice boy, and a number of girls, that's a recipe for, some sort of strain between the girls. But in the case of Radharani, she's not only not subject to that sort of jealousy, but she's actually telling the demigoddess Krishna, you must meet with Krishna, and he must embrace you, and then you'll feel better. So, Srimati Radharani said, Sakhi, why are you so upset? Tell me quickly. But the demigoddess could not reply. Her or his voice was just choked with tears. So Krishna, as the demigoddess, remained silent with tears just streaming down from his eyes. And Radharani personally wiped those tears away with the edge of her sari. So then the demigoddess Krishna starts to really get into what's the problem and why she's so upset, so extremely upset, sometimes we use the term socially paralyzed. So Krishna remained silent for a moment and then told Srimati Radharani, how did you develop this strong, causeless, incomparable love for this lusty boy, Krishna? This is Krishna speaking. Testing her, beginning to test her. It's not such a short test. Why do you suffer so much misery by trusting this untrustworthy boy, Krishna? I feel so bad that even though he's got many good qualities in a certain sense, he's very attractive, he's very heroic, he's very famous and things like this, but this Krishna has one fault, and it's a very serious fault. It's such a fault that it spoils all of his good qualities. And what is that fault? That is that he doesn't consider someone else's love. And he is very lusty. Therefore, he's not fit to take shelter of. And Krishna, the demigoddess, says, I've been watching from up there. I've been watching how he deals with you. And he's very nice, but then he runs off to join another girl. I've been watching. And I can tell you, you are wasting your time on him. You must find some more reliable boy. That's what you need to do. So Krishna says, one day this Krishna plays games with you, apparently showing you love, and just treating you like a naive girl. You'll listen to whatever he says, but then he leaves you to go and join another girl. Yes. And then you get thrown into an ocean of separation, and your different girlfriends gather around you, but you just cry and cry because he left you. I've been watching all of this, and I feel so much pain because of it. And Krishna, as the demigoddess, says, I was watching the rasa dance. I was watching it. And Krishna, during the rasa dance, he left all the gopis, apparently showing you some special affection. But after he became tired of playing around with you, he suddenly left you also. So, when I see these things, I feel so bad that you've become attached to this unworthy boy. You should reject him before it's too late. Yes. So, and the demigoddess says, when I heard you lament after he left you in the rasa dance, well, I just cannot forget your lamentations. You fainted from misery. And through my whole life, these lamentations of yours, they've just burnt themselves into my heart. I will never be able to forget them. So then Krishna says, I'm a goddess, so I never feel pain like ordinary people do. But even my heart was suddenly pierced by a great spear of pity after seeing you in that condition. And that spear is still stuck in my heart, and I can't take it out. And I've become so attached to you, Radharani, that I've forgotten about heaven, the heavenly planets. So my mind is spinning, and I'm just unable to become peaceful. So you see, now I'm revealing my heart to you. And the demigoddess Krishna, don't forget it's Krishna, says, I have become afraid of Krishna. Yes, because he's simply devoid of pity and shame. And he never traverses the path of compassion. Some of these classical Sanskrit ways of expressing some of these moods are very beautiful. He never traverses the path of compassion. And the demigoddess tells Radharani, don't you know that as a baby he killed a woman? It's terrible. In his childhood, he killed a calf. That was Vatsasura. The woman was Putana. The calf was Vatsasura. And in his youth, he killed a bull. Who was that? Arishtasura. So just see. He has no compassion. He has no feelings for anyone other than himself. And Radharani replied and said, you know, oh beautiful girl, you seem to have the same indescribable potencies as Krishna himself. Although you're criticizing Krishna so much, my mind is still attached to you, and my mind's becoming even more attached to you. Yeah. So I tell you what, don't go back to heaven. Just always stay with me in Vraja. And if you do, I will open the box of my love and show you all the jewels inside that box. That's what the title of the book, Prema Samputa, means the box full of love. But then Krishna, the demigod, has said, "Oh, alas, still you don't trust me. You won't listen to me. I'm trying to help you to save you from being mistreated by this Krishna. Still you don't trust me. But please, don't just ask me to be your friend. I want to be your maidservant. You please be pleased with me and order me. Please, I have no shelter other than you." This is Krishna. So hearing this, Radharani said that, "My dear Sakhi, if you want to understand my love for Krishna, then please listen to what I say now." This love is called prema, and it's so great that even people who know the Vedas cannot know it. And certainly those who claim to know it, they can't know it. One who teaches prema to a student cannot know it, nor can the student hearing it, know it. It's all just imitation. Prema disappears before the discriminate and indiscriminate person. But that pure-hearted soul who is free from discrimination and who is full of sacred greed, that deep desire to somehow obtain that love, that prema, that person is able to approach the throne of that prema. That is shown through the lover's activities, which are only dedicated to the happiness of the beloved. So listen to this. This is a very amazing description. Just as a lion feeds himself on elephants, prema feeds itself, defeating all miseries that are as heavy as mountains and which are caused by things of this world or the next world, or one's own family, or one's enemies, or even one's most beloved person. That lion of prema is proud of its bodily luster and is fearless. That lion cannot go to sleep without worrying. What worries would the lion have when the dogs of unfavorable attachments bark? Nothing. Prema shines like a lamp in the darkness. So, prema appears to be fresh and intoxicating at every moment, giving joy to the three worlds like the cool moon during meeting time, and heat like the burning sun at the time of universal destruction during separation. Yes, so remember, this is Radharani speaking. So, in whom can you find prema? Except in Krishna. But only the doe-eyed gopis of Vrindavan can relish this. according to their qualifications. Sometimes this prema, which gives Krishna unlimited bliss, appears to be lust. But sometimes lust also appears to be prema to some people. Krishna knows this, but that lust does not make him happy. And when one gopi says, "Oh, my friend, I'm very much afflicted by feelings of separation, quickly bring me to Krishna," then you should know then you should not think that this is lust, because she's only interested in Krishna's happiness. And of all these gopis, Krishna is most attracted to me. He considers my love to be as great as Mount Meru, and the love of the other gopis to be like 3 or 4 mustard seeds. Krishna reciprocates with the love of the other gopis, and he enjoys with them accordingly. And that's not wrong. But if one of the gopis misbehaves and makes him unhappy, Radharani says, then I become very sad. Consider these points. If Krishna sometimes doesn't show up at the meeting place where we're to meet, then I know he must have met some obstacle. Maybe he felt obliged to another gopi, being stopped on his way by her. He won't feel really happy with her, but to reciprocate with her love, he will associate with her. So he feels sorry at that time. And for this sorrow of his, I feel very sad. And I cry. Then, when Krishna humbly comes to me in the morning, because they were meant to meet in the evening, but Krishna got caught up with one other gopi who loves him, but her love is very small compared to Radharani's. So when Krishna comes humbly to me in the morning, I angrily tell him, go back and enjoy with that other girl. But that's also for his pleasure. That is the way of love in Vraja. So, therefore, O Saki, as what I'm saying is that as long as the light of prema doesn't shine through the face, it will shine steadily in the abodes of both the lovers' hearts. But if it's brought outside, it will vanish or become dim. So this is very profound, the science of prema. So yes, like this. Then Radharani tells the demigoddess that you mentioned how Krishna left me in the rasa dance, and I felt disturbed. That's what you said. But do you know what really happened? Listen to this, devotees. First, Krishna took Radharani away because he wanted to give her special attention. And he wanted to see the strength of the other gopis' love in separation. So he took Radharani away. And so he and Krishna and Radharani were enjoying some exchanges together. But then Radharani heard. What did she hear? the other gopis were approaching, and they were all in a bit of a state. So then Krishna thought that if these gopis catch me with Radharani, they'll become angry with her, thinking she's stolen me away, and they'll become angry with me. So Radharani explained, therefore Krishna disappeared from me, so that when the gopis would find me also distressed like them in separation, then the gopis would feel sorry for me. Otherwise there'd be some fight and the pastimes would be over for the night. Then all of our leelas would stop for the night, and the gopis would go home without dancing the rasa dance with me, Krishna was thinking. So like this, Krishna left the gopis, left Radharani. The other gopis found Radharani and felt very sorry for her, and they all went into a great ocean of separation. Then Krishna appeared again, and everyone was happy to see Krishna again. So, and then the rasa dance happened for the rest of the night. Otherwise, if Krishna had, if the other gopis had caught Krishna with Radharani, the whole evening would have been spoilt. So then Krishna, the demigoddess, responded, this is all very well. Did you hear? This is all very well. It is all very well. But Krishna does not have the same love for you. I can see that from his activities. Therefore my heart burns when I see your heart burning in a forest fire of misery. And Krishna, the demigoddess, says, how can we believe your explanation of why he left you in the rasa dance? We never heard this before. You don't understand. But then Radharani said, Saki, Saki, relax. Shayan karo, take it easy. And Radharani said, the thing is, I know exactly, immediately, what my beloved Krishna is thinking. And Krishna replied, as the demigoddess, oh Radha, how could you know that? Have you studied some special mystical yoga scriptures so you know how to enter into other people's bodies? And Radharani said, you're a demigoddess, but I'm a human. How can I be like you? So, but listen, I will tell you how I know what is in my beloved's mind. Otherwise, why would I waste my words? And Krishna, the demigoddess, said, oh, my dear Radha, if you can logically convince me that you know what Krishna is thinking, if you can logically convince me, then of course I'll believe you. Your beloved, he may be an ocean of many qualities, but I don't believe he actually loves you. And Radharani said, yes, all right. You are an expert joker. In Hindi? No. Joker is upahasak. Joker. You are, Radharani's telling the demigoddess Krishna, you're an expert joker. You must be joking when you say that someone who does not know the mind of her beloved is a seer, who's able to enter into someone else's body or mind. And Krishna said, Radha, you know, I'm so sorry you can't see Krishna, although you claim to know his mind. Why are you crying so loudly? And Radharani answered, it's true, but listen. At that time, when I was crying, I didn't have that feeling of understanding Krishna at that moment. I was just crying out of separation from him. And the demigoddess said, I won't argue whether you know his mind or not, but the question is, does he know yours? And Radharani said, he knows my mind. Why do you ask? Listen to the secret, and I will tell you, only because you control me with your love. And Krishna, demigoddess, said, Radhe, I ask you this boldly because I'm overwhelmed with love for you. Please tell me exactly what I want to hear. Don't hide anything. How is it that you know your beloved's mind and he knows yours? How is it possible? You know the answer? I don't know if I should tell you. Maybe we should wait till tomorrow. But, okay, no. Radharani said, we know what is in each other's minds, and we always dwell there. This is not imagination. It is because we are actually one soul. We can never be split in two. We are one soul, full of deep rasa, with a golden and bluish form, like two lotus flowers, one golden and the other blue in one lake. As a two-wicked cup full of oil destroys the darkness on both sides, we destroy the darkness of our nearby girlfriends with our two bodies, although we are one soul. So that's the secret. That's the secret of the box, that Radha and Krishna are one person, not two persons, and therefore Radharani understands Krishna. But then the question, of course, is that how is it that Radharani does not know that the demigoddess is Krishna? Aha. Oh, now that's a mystery. So you'll have to tune in tomorrow night to find out about that. Oh, yes. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shishi Radha Radhanath ki Sri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava Ki. Go Premanande. Haribol. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Bharadhari. Gopi Jana Balava Giri Bharadhari. Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Danandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Danandana Raja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachare. Yamunatira Vanachare. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya, Stanisismat His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON's Foundracharya Srila Prabhupada Ki, Shri Radha Radhanath Ki, Shri Giri Govardhan Ki, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki, Sankirtan Yagya Ki, Go Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Sri Janmastami Mahamahotsava Ki. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Devotees, Hare Krishna. We are continuing our seminar on the beauty and sweetness of Krishna. And we will begin this evening by reading another 2 or 3 verses from Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila chapter 21, which is titled actually The Opulence and Sweetness of Krishna. So we'll read a few verses, couple of verses, beginning with verse 105. And describing the beauty of the transcendental body of Krishna. Bhushanera Bhushana Anga, Tahen Lalita Tribanga, Tahara Upara Brudhanu Nartana, Tara Che Netrantabana, Tara Dridha Sandana, Vindhe Radha Gopigana Mana. Ornaments caress that body, but the transcendental body of Krishna is so beautiful that it beautifies the ornaments he wears. Therefore, Krishna's body is said to be the ornament of ornaments, enhancing the wonderful beauty of Krishna is his 3-curved style of standing. Above all these beautiful features, Krishna's eyes dance and move obliquely, acting like arrows to pierce the minds of Srimati Radharani and the gopis. When the arrow succeeds in hitting its target, their minds become agitated. Yes, so Krishna's eyes dance and move obliquely. Obliquely, yeah. I guess obliquely means sort of just from one to the other. Something like that, just not like, scanning, but just like arrows from here to there. We've demonstrated before too, haven't we? Yes, we have. About the sidelong glances. You've seen, anyway. Should I demonstrate it? Why not? Okay. So the sidelong glances, it's more often it's the gopis looking at Krishna. Of course, they don't use glasses. But it's also Krishna looking at the gopis, as we just read here. His eyes are like arrows, just from one to the other, just like that. And yes, the sidelong glance, because the elders, the parents typically, and other elders, they're concerned that the relationships between their daughters, very respectable, cultured village girls, and Krishna, They're worried that something's wrong. Something which isn't really up to the moral standards may be going on. So they watch them. Whenever Krishna is around and the gopis are around, they're watching, as they say, like hawks, just really watching. And because they're watching, both Krishna and the gopis, not just the gopis, so they, Krishna and the gopis, they want to look at each other. But everyone's watching to see if they are looking at each other, which, is just, and they just so much don't want to be caught, because it'd be just too embarrassing and scandalous. So therefore they've all, and including Krishna as described here, they have all developed this technique of looking, well, obliquely anyway, I'm not sure, but yeah, just looking very quickly. Say Krishna is over here, right? And the gopis are over there, and their parents are here, and the parents are watching the gopis, and the gopis feel they just have to look at Krishna. So they have to look very quickly. Very quick, like arrows, just so quick that even though the parents are watching, particularly their eyes, to see if they're looking, because it begins with looking. After looking, then, talking may happen, touching even, but it begins with looking. So the gopis and Krishna, they have to look so quickly there and back that the parents, even though the parents are watching just like that, they won't see the movement of the eyes. This is the arrow of the sidelong glance. The eyes are like a bow, and the glance is like the arrow. So therefore, we've been working on it for some years. I don't know if we really got it, but just see how fast can you look from one side, like there, to Arjunacharya and back. See, you got to work on it. You got to practice. But practice makes perfect. So as we say, you can test just because I've been practicing, and just see. I am going to look from, where shall we say, or just from yourselves to Arjunacharya and back. And I want to see if you, if you can see the movement of my eyes, because I'll really try and do it quickly. Okay, so you're watching. So just watch and watch. Did you see that? I did. I did. But you're just not I looked at you. You're just not See? You got to learn. You want to become a bridge bussy. You got to learn. You got to learn how to make cow dung patties, and you got to learn to glance very quickly. I won't do it again. Should I do it again? I'll do it from this side. I'll do it from Anantashesh, and I'll look at Lalita Kund and then back. Okay? So just watch. You see that? You see, it's very quick. You got to be quick. If you're not quick, you won't make it. You'll get caught, and they'll kick you out of Raja. Okay, so let's read another verse, or what shall we do? Yeah, let's read another verse or two. Oh yes, you gotta practice, you see. Practice makes perfect. Right, so this is verse now 106. Brahmando pari paravyoma tahanye swarupagana tansabara bale harimana pativrata shiromani yanre kahe vedavani akarshaye se lakshmi gana. The beauty of Krishna's body is so attractive that it attracts not only the demigods and other living entities within this material world, but the personalities of the spiritual sky as well, including the Narayans, who are expansions of Krishna's personality. The minds of the Narayans are thus attracted by the beauty of Krishna's body. In addition, the goddesses of fortune, Lakshmis, who are the wives of the Narayans and are the women described in the Vedas as most chaste, are also attracted by the wonderful beauty of Krishna. Yes. Okay, I'll read one more verse. Chadi gopi manorate, manmatira manamate, namadare madana mohan, jini panchashara darpa, swayam nava kandarpa, rasakari lana gopigana. Favoring the gopis, Krishna rides on the chariots of their minds, and just to receive loving service from them, he attracts their minds like Cupid. Therefore is also called Madan Mohan, the attractor of Cupid. Cupid has 5 arrows representing form, taste, smell, sound, and touch. Krishna is the owner of these 5 arrows, and with his Cupid-like beauty, he conquers the minds of the gopis, though they are very proud of their super excellent beauty. Becoming a new Cupid, Krishna attracts their minds and engages in the rasa dance. So those are some verses from Lord Caitanya speaking to Sanatana Goswami about the beauty of Krishna, and we will read some more of them too. Tomorrow we'll read some more. So where were we last night? We were in Prema Samput. Actually, Prema Samput. Samput means not just a box. It means a locket. A locket. You know, people wear around their neck some sort of something, maybe the size or whatever. And inside is a picture or whatever, something special, something dear to them. So this is the love, Prema Samput, the love locket. And inside is the secret of the relationship between Radha and Krishna. And as we read last night, that Krishna is disguised as the demigod S, and she's acting as she's just extremely disturbed. And as the recitation goes on, well, first of all, she won't say why she's disturbed, but then she says, the reason is because I watch Krishna from up there, because I'm a demigoddess. So I have this aerial view, and I see how he treats you and how he cheats you. And he tells you that he loves you, and then he says, oh, I have an appointment with my mother, I'll be back shortly, but actually goes to meet another girl. And Krishna, the demigoddess, says, I've seen it. I've seen it so many times, but you are such a nice, innocent, sweet, and, what would you say, like, very open-hearted girl. And therefore, even though he's just lying to you, you just accept it. And you shouldn't do that. You must know that he's not of such good character. And you must call him out. Yes. One day you should follow him when he says he has to go and see his mother. Should follow him and you'll see. And then you can walk into the middle of it and just catch him out. But Radharani's saying, no. Sometimes he goes to meet another girl. I know that because the others, they love him. They really do. And he wants to reciprocate. But you remember the comparison she gave last night between her love for Krishna and the love of the other gopis? Do you remember that one? She said, Radharani said, that I know my love is like Mount Meru. Mount Meru is much bigger than Mount Everest. It's really, really big. Prabhupada once was flying over the Swiss Alps from, I don't know, maybe Italy to France or something like that. And there was one devotee with him, secretary, and Prabhupada's got the window seat and he's looking out, and you can see the mountains there, big mountains, snow-capped mountains. And Srila Prabhupada turned to his servant and said, here, there is a mountain 100,000 miles high. And Everest is, I think it's 32,000 feet, which is, it's about 5 or 6 miles. It's 5,000 feet in a mile or something. So it's like, 5 or 6 miles. Prabhupada said, there's a mountain here. It is 100,000 miles high. And the devotee looked at Prabhupada like, what? And Prabhupada said, I have seen it. Hare Krishna. The devotee told me personally, just very shortly after. So, anyway, where were we? We were somewhere. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mount Meru. My love, she said, is like Mount Meru. And the other gopis, their love is like a mustard seed. What a comparison. It's just, what a comparison. But she is the embodiment. She is Krishna's Hladini Shakti, the whole pleasure potency of the Lord. And we are just little, tiny little sparks or something of the marginal potency. So obviously it's not that she's being proud or anything like that, but it's actually true. It's actually like that. So she's explaining this to the demigoddess, Krishna, and the demigoddess is saying, come on, like, wake up. You're just too innocent. You just accept anything that you're told by this person. But I have seen how he's unreliable and he misleads you. I have seen it. So don't trust him. You see, it's Krishna testing her. Krishna tests everyone. He tests us too. But he tests everyone in ways which are relevant to them individually. So someone who's more advanced will get a heavier test. Someone who's less advanced, it may just be something quite simple. So Krishna's saying like this, that, come on, don't trust him. And Radharani says, no, I know that he loves me much, much more than anyone else. I know it. And I trust him absolutely, completely. And Krishna says, why do you trust him? How can you trust him? And she explains, because we are two parts of one soul. We are one person. Therefore I know. I actually know. And Krishna, the demigoddess, says, oh, come on. How can you say? That's just, sort of like the pop music type of dizzy love. But it's not real. And so then Krishna challenges her that, all right, if you are two parts of one person, call him here now. Call Krishna here now. And Radharani, yes. So let me just read what Krishna says. You must remember him just once on my request. Oh, Krishna Priya, we'll be very happy if he would come. Now is a good opportunity because your superiors are not here. So fearlessly remove the misery coming from my doubts. Yes. Just call, even though you're locked in your house, call your beloved. So Radharani, being requested like this, says, please don't make fun of me. If I cannot do what you want, my prema will be put to shame. So Radharani, Srimati Radharani, sits down and prays to Krishna. O you who are praised by the demigods, O effulgent one, O my chosen deity, the sun god, O you who gladdens the three worlds with his audience, O fulfiller of all desires, O merciful one, O Lord of the lotus flowers, O witness of all truths and falsehoods, if Gandhavika and Giridhari are one soul, then let Giridhari now appear before me to please my girlfriends. Gandharvaka is Radharani, Giridhari, of course, is Krishna, the lifter of the hill. So Srimati Radharani praying like that. O Lord, O merciful one, Lord of the lotus flowers, if Gandharvaka and Giridhari are one soul, then let Giridhari now appear before me. So then she sat down and closed her eyes, like in a yogic posture. Like, can you demonstrate? Yeah, that's it. See? Yogic posture. Eyes closed, hands out sort of thing. And controlling her senses like a yogini. And just calling Krishna. Just calling Krishna. But Krishna's here as the demigoddess. And suddenly Krishna found his whole demigoddess disguise was just sort of torn away from him. Not that he took it off quickly or something. It was just torn away, and he was Krishna again. And all the other gopis saw this happen, and they're just astonished. It's unbelievable. But Krishna told them, just relax. Don't say anything. Just stay there. So they all acted like everything's normal. So then Radharani came out of her yogic meditation and saw, there he is. There's Krishna. And she turned around to the demigoddess. So, you see? And she asked the gopis, where did the demigoddess go? And the gopis say, what do they say? Show me that goddess. Yes, Lalita said, seeing Krishna, this goddess slyly ran away and is hiding inside the house. Yes, of course, they all understand exactly what's going on. And Krishna, acting innocent, Krishna says, show me that goddess. I was out in the fields herding my cows, and suddenly I just felt this force just dragging me here into the inner quarters of the ladies. This is wrong. I should not be in a place like this. But you forced me to come here somehow. This is very immoral of you. Yes. So like this. So Lalita, so then Krishna went inside the house and said, let's go. And let's find this goddess of yours. Come, we'll all go with you and see this Sakhi. Then Lalita, they went inside, couldn't find the goddess, the demigoddess. And Lalita said, that goddess has disappeared. Where's she gone? We went quickly to look for her, but she's gone. So then, at that time, Shishi Radha Krishna decorated each other with so many jewels from the love locket, thus defeating the luster of millions of cupids. Even the great saints defeat Cupid by always hearing, glorifying, and remembering such loving transcendental pastimes. Anyone who faithfully hears or describes this pastime of the Supreme Lord with the gopis of Vraja attains supreme devotion to Krishna and quickly becomes free from the heart's disease of lust, becoming fixed in Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna. I want to tell you now another story, a short story. What is it? Yes, a short story. All right. One time in the month of Magh, January, February, that's when they have the Kumbh Mela. It's midwinter in India, and it's cold. It's cold. But of course, it's dry season. So it's cold, but it's dry. In fact, it gets down to -2, -3, -4, -5. And when you get to like -3, it should start snowing. But it's too dry, so it doesn't snow. Like sometimes in Russia, it's -25. But it's a clear day, not a cloud in the sky. It's just so dry, there's no snow. So anyway, yes, the month of Magh, January, February is the coldest time. And Srimati Radharani told her sister-in-law, Kutila, that for this month of Magh, this very auspicious month, I have taken a solemn religious vow that for the benefit of my beloved husband, Abhimanyu, I will take my sacred morning bath early, like before sunrise. I will take my bath in the Yamuna. Great austerity for the benefit of my beloved husband, Abhimanyu. Now, anyone who knows about Abhimanyu and the relationship with Radharani knows not the beloved husband. Actually, Abhimanyu is a dull-brained, crooked person. And his sister, Kutila, is also dull-brained and crooked. And, well, there's a story how they got married, or, to do with how they got married. It was the arrangement of Purnamasi. And normally, according to Vedic system, they use astrology and all these different sort of kind of somewhat mystical arts to match a young man with a young lady, so there's maximum compatibility. By Purnamasi's arrangement, when they did the matching for Radharani and Abhimanyu, somehow they got the formulas wrong, because Srimati Radharani is the topmost qualified in a league of her own totally. And Abhimanyu, I think we mentioned the other night, did we? He is sort of like, depends what language you use, but a klutz, a schmuck, a murk, or what is it in Tamil? I think it's mulat, is it? Tamil? Someone sent it to me, actually. It's something like mulat. Means like maha idiot. So anyway, somehow they got married. And on that day, Krishna did not know. He didn't know it was happening. Krishna was out herding the cows. And Purnamasi approached him with a big lagdu, sweet, big one, and said, here, listen, this is Mahaprasadam. I brought it for you. And she gave it to Krishna. Wow, really? Where did this come from? And Purnamasi said, well, there was a wedding in the village. Didn't you know? No. Well, this is Mahaprasadam from the wedding. Oh, really? Thank you. And Krishna started lifting it to his mouth. And Purnamasi, and Krishna asked, well, who got married? And Purnamasi said, Abhimanyu. And Krishna said, Abhimanyu? Are you serious? Who would marry him? Who did he marry? And now Krishna, the sweet, is up about here. And Krishna went, and who did he marry? And right when Krishna went, Purnamasi said, Radharani. And Krishna stopped. Then Krishna suddenly spat out the sweet and said, that is the worst lagdu I ever tasted. And that's the end of that story, actually. But anyway, and their Radharani's relationship with Abhimanyu is so extraordinary. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, he never touches her shadow. And Abhimanyu is a special incarnation of Krishna. He's an incarnation of Krishna's shadow. So he looks something like Krishna. If you go to Yavat, you've been to Yavat. If you go to Yavat, to the palace, where the palace was of Jatila, who's the mother of Abhimanyu. Anyway, you'll see the deities there of Jatila, Kutila, and Abhimanyu. And Jatila she is Radharani's mother-in-law, and mother-in-laws or mothers-in-law have reputations. Are you aware of that, ladies? You're a mother-in-law, aren't you? And yeah, the reputation is not good, actually. Yeah. So Jatila, they're noted for being a bit crabby and, like a bit overly strict. And Jatila is the original mother-in-law. It's from her that the reputation developed. And Jatila, her name is Jatila because of her Jat. Jatila. Jat means if you have really long hair, like sort of down to your feet, or really long hair. But then rather than carry it around as some people do, you put it up and you turn it and you turn it and you turn it and you turn it. And that's the beginning of a jat. But of course, if you don't put something in to hold it in place, then your beautiful jat to be will fall over. Suddenly falls over your face. So what they do, a real jat, means you get tree sap when it's wet, and you mix it in with the jat. Mix it and mix it and mix it. And then you let it dry, and it dries like rock. And that's a jat. Then it won't fall. No. You can use it as a weapon. So she's Jatila. She's got the best jat. So anyway, and Kutila, so Abhimanyu's the son, and Kutila is the daughter. And they're both kind of, dull-brained, very slow, and very stupid, and kind of apparently very materially attached, but they're not really. And because Radharani is married to Abhimanyu, but Krishna is always trying to come in to meet with Radharani, so on the surface they don't like Krishna. And they want to keep Krishna away and stop Krishna getting to Radharani. Yes. And keep an eye on Krishna and keep her even forcibly under control. So for Srimati Radharani, it's a really trying situation. Really, really trying. But it is the arrangement of Purnamasi, who is Yoga Maya, who's arranging the pastimes in Vraj Mandala. And it's an arrangement to heighten the ecstasy. Because, well, put it this way, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur talks about one time when a devotee interviewed Srimati Radharani. And the devotee said to Radharani that it's so difficult for you and Krishna to meet. Why don't you just get married? Then you can be with him anytime. No one can stop you at all. In fact, if you're not together, that'll be a problem. So why don't you do that? And Srimati Radharani said, yeah, that's possible. But she said, the thing is, though, it would be so boring. I would sit there with Krishna, we would look at each other, and I would say to Krishna, I love you. And Krishna would look at me and say, I love you too. And I would say, I love you very much. And he would say, I love you very much too. And I would say, I love you very, very much. And it would just be boring. But this way, oh, it's so exciting. It's so exciting. And when we can meet, oh, it's so amazing just so amazing. It heightens, the difficulty heightens the ecstasy of when we meet. And you know what Srimati Radharani said? She said, therefore our relationship is like a very good chutney. And she said, the definition of a very good chutney is that it's so hot you can hardly eat it. But it's so sweet you can't resist it. That's our love. And she said, just like in South Africa, chats, Unit 2B, Unit 3, there's special chutney. It's red chilies with green chilies. A little salt and sugar. And they call it mother-in-law's revenge. That's what our relationship is like that. So I don't want it any other way. I don't want it any other way. So, yeah, their lives are just one adventure after another, and adventures within adventures, and trying to meet, but sometimes struggling. Well, not just sometimes, struggling to meet. And sometimes they meet, but then Jatila comes along and they have to separate. So in this story, in the cold month of Magh, Radharani, actually Kutila saw Radharani early, Mangalarti time, heading out of the palace with her gopi friends. And Kutila, of course, was immediately suspicious and asked, where are you going? And Radharani, in a very sort of, what would you say, haughty way, said, I have taken a solemn vow that every morning at this time, Mangal Arati time, I will take a bath in the Yamuna. It's cold. For the benefit of my dear husband, Abhimanyu. And Kutila noticed the other gopis were giggling when Radharani said that, but Radharani was like, yes, that's what I'm doing. And Kutila understood there's some conspiracy here. Something's going on. So she raced over to Nandagram, where Krishna was staying, and met one elderly person moving around and asked, where is Sri Nandanandan today? And that person said, Sri Nandanandan, he has taken a solemn vow that in this sacred month of Magh, he will take his early morning bath in the Yamuna, even though it's so cold. What a pious boy. And Kutila knew. It was confirmation. It's definitely a conspiracy. So what happened next? Krishna, Krishna. Tune in tomorrow night and find out what happened. Because I tell you what, it all happened. Most amazing pastime. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jai, Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Tanasasismad. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Ki. Shri Shri Radharadnath Ki. Shri Giri Govardhan Ki. Shri Caitanya Mahaprabhu Ki. Sankirtan Yagya Ki. Go Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Devotees, welcome. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nama Om Vishnupada Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastityade Shatarne Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchkapaturubhyas Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava Ki Jai. Yes, so welcome everyone. And as we are building up step by step towards Sri Krishna Janmastami and Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, we're trying to get our focus really in nicely by discussing the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna. So we will read another 2 or 3 verses from Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 21. The Lord is instructing Sanatan Goswami. So this is now, we'll begin with verse 108. Nija sama saka sange, gogana charana range, vrindavane swachanda vihara, yanra venu dvani shuni, stavara jangama prani, pulaka kampa ashru vahedara. When Lord Krishna wanders in the forest of Vrindavan with his friends on an equal level, there are innumerable cows grazing. This is another of the Lord's blissful enjoyments. When he plays on his flute, all living entities, including trees, plants, animals and human beings tremble and are saturated with jubilation. Tears flow constantly from their eyes. Really amazing. And 109. Muktahara Bakapanti, Indradanu Pinchatati, Pitambara Vijuri Sanchar, Krishna Nava Jaladhara, Jagat Shasya Upara, Varishai Lilamrita Dara. Krishna wears a pearl necklace that appears like a chain of white ducks around his neck. Well, the actual word which is used is baka. Baka, and baka is not really a duck. Baka is a heron, long-legged, with a long beak, like aquatic or semi-aquatic bird. Yeah. The peacock feather in his hair appears like a rainbow, and his yellow garments appear like lightning in the sky. Krishna appears like a newly risen cloud, and the gopis appear like newly grown grains in the field. Constant rains of nectarian pastimes fall upon these newly grown grains, and it seems that the gopis are receiving beams of life from Krishna, exactly as grains receive life from the rains. Hare Krishna. Let me just see. Okay, that'll do for the time being. We'll read some more tomorrow night. So, devotees, we were reading and discussing about Prema Samput, the love locket, the secret of the loving relationship between Srimati Radharani and Krishna. And of course, what is the essence of that secret is that Radha and Krishna are not two, they're one. Yes, they're one. One being in two parts. Yes. Srila Prabhupada, there's one incident, it's recorded, in which Srila Prabhupada, somewhere in America, asks, sitting in a temple giving class or about to give class, and Srila Prabhupada asks the devotees, the assembled devotees there, what seemed like a sort of strange question, funny question, like the wrong question. Prabhupada asked the devotees, who is God? Can you imagine asking devotees? And, so many hands went up. Krishna! And you know what Prabhupada said? No. Krishna is not God. Prabhupada said, Radha Krishna is God. Yes, because they're one. You cannot separate them. They're the Supreme Lord and His eternal pleasure potency, which is the most essential part of Him. But somehow, well, not just somehow, but by Krishna's arrangement, His pleasure potency, that very part of Himself which gives him pleasure. Well, we have a pleasure potency. We have some capability to experience pleasure, put it that way. Isn't it? We experience pleasure in different ways and at different times. We experience pleasure when we chant, when we have a program like this, we experience pleasure. We experience pleasure if there's some nice kirtan. We experience pleasure if someone says something nice about us. We experience pleasure, generally. If we have some nice prasadam, we experience pleasure. So, and what does that mean? That means that something within us is stimulated by those circumstances, things which are outside of us. But they stimulate something which is within us, which is part of us, and that's our capacity to experience pleasure. We are little parts and parcels of Krishna, so we have in very small quantities so many, not all exactly, but so many, more than half of the different qualities of Krishna. If you read the 64 qualities of Krishna, Nectar of Devotion, there are percentages there. I forget what percentage we can have to a small degree, but it's something, is it 70-something percent? I forget exactly. It's something along those lines. Of the qualities of Krishna, we have, or we can have, if we live nicely, to a small degree, that is. So Krishna feels, Krishna thinks, Krishna sees, Krishna hears, and so do we. And Krishna enjoys. Sometimes Krishna is, in a certain sense, upset. And so are we. We share so much with Krishna. So we also share this to a small degree, that each one of us has some capacity to feel pleasure. Right. So Krishna, though, in order to maximize his capacity, his ability to feel pleasure, Krishna takes that his capacity to enjoy, to feel pleasure, and places it outside of him as Srimati Radharani. Doesn't mean, don't think that now Krishna has lost his capacity to feel pleasure. It's gone and now he's just sort of barren in that sense. No, it's not like that. But still, in order to heighten the whole experience that Krishna has in life, which is, the idea at least is to enjoy, to be happy, to experience pleasure. In order to increase that, Krishna places that his personal ability to enjoy separate from himself as a person. And therefore Srimati Radharani, because that's who she is, that's what she is. She knows nothing other than giving Krishna pleasure. Nothing else has any meaning, any relevancy to her. It's just like foreign and intangible type of entity, because that's just her nature. As Prabhupada said, Prabhupada talking about the nature of a being, or just the nature of a thing. When something has a built-in nature and it's just, fixed in the structure of that, whatever it is, then there's not a lot you can do about it. And therefore, Prabhupada made the point, in India, is probably still, there was a certain type of little machine used by farmers, wheat farmers, rice farmers, farmers of grain, and they have to cut the grains and put it through this machine, and it extracts the actual grain and discards the husk and the things which we aren't used for food. So that little machine is called a dinky. And there's actually a saying, Prabhupada mentioned the saying to illustrate this point about when the nature of something is just fixed, that's what it is, and it'll never be anything else. So the saying is, if a dinky goes to heaven, what will it do? It will thresh wheat, thresh grains. That's what it will do, because that's what it is. It's not going to start dancing or singing or whatever. It's not going to do anything else. Yeah. And of course, an important point in that regard is that we, particularly in our material condition, our material state, our natures are not fixed. At least in many ways, our natures are not fixed. And for example, when we were children, we've all been children, and when we were children, we did certain things, and we desired certain things. But then as we got older, then our interests changed, and we changed. We got bigger and stronger, and our intelligence developed. So we're not like the dinky, which is fixed. Actually, we have a fixed nature within, but that was out of range at that point. Yeah. So through the process of Krishna consciousness, we can change. Anyway, yes, Srimati Radharani, that's her nature. Her nature is, she is Krishna's pleasure potency. Therefore, she doesn't really have other tendencies. Therefore, she cannot fall down like us. And actually, Prabhupada explains, it's in the purport, it mentions, and it's explained in different places, but he mentions in the purport of one famous verse, Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th Canto, Chapter 9, verse 20, which is describing how wonderful Mother Yashoda is. Srila Prabhupada makes the point that she is not a jiva like us. She's part of the internal potency, like Nanda Maharaj, like the main Sakhis, the main Manjaris, and a certain number of the closest circle of Krishna's devotees. They're not jivas. They're part of the internal potency. So they don't have the marginal tendencies that we have. And Mother Yashoda is one of them. She has no marginal tendency. So she cannot fall down. It's just not, the capacity is not there. But don't worry. Well, we should worry, actually. We have the capacity. We certainly do. And therefore, we're here. Yes. So Srimati Radharani, she is in basically the supreme position of an entity other than Krishna himself. I mean, like we said, she's part of Krishna, but she's one of his energies. She's one of his energies. So she's different from like Balaram, who is an expansion of him, his person. Yeah, she is one of his energies. But her nature is, and only is, to give pleasure to Krishna. And there's no conception of anything else. Whereas for us, at least there can be a conception of, by anything else I mean, doing anything other than pleasing Krishna. We have the capacity to do something other than please Krishna. And therefore sometimes, even though we're practicing Krishna consciousness, sometimes some ideas may come into our minds. It's possible that we could do something other than devotional service. Yes, so we have been discussing these things, the Prema Samputa. And yesterday, what did we do? Well, we started, didn't we? This one story, and we'll continue with the story. This very interesting and famous story, which I'm sure you've all heard before, but that's okay. As Prabhupada said, repetition of a good thing is good. So yesterday evening, we explained how in one time, in the cold month, what's it called? The cold month of Magh, January, February, Northern Hemisphere, it's the cold time. Early in the morning, Mangal Arati time, Kutila, the very crooked, dull-brained, crooked sister of Abhimanyu and daughter of Jatila, she noticed Srimati Radharani and her closest girlfriends quietly going out of the palace in Yavat. Yes. And, I mentioned last night, well, we can, those of you who haven't been there, you been to Yavat? With me, was it? Okay. How many times? Just once? Anyway, you can all come with me. We'll all go as a team. When things sort of settle down, you know what I mean. Yeah. And we'll go to Yavat. It's special. And in Yavat, we mentioned how they have deities. The main deities, they're Radha Krishna deities, and I can't remember their names. But they're nice. But then, so you're looking at the main deities straight ahead of you. On your left, just in a little alcove on the side sort of thing, there's another altar. And they're kind of informal deities, a bit rough. But in the center is Jatila. On your left of her is Kutila, and on your right is Abhimanyu. And you look at Abhimanyu, and you can see he looks something like Krishna. He doesn't really look like Krishna, but he looks something like Krishna. He is the same color. And as we mentioned yesterday, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, he is a special incarnation of Krishna's shadow. So therefore he looks like Krishna to some degree. To some degree. All right, anyway, so Kutila, the dull-brained, crooked sister of Abhimanyu, who never wants Krishna to come anywhere near Radharani, because Radharani is the wife of her brother, Abhimanyu. So in this way, she and Jatila and Abhimanyu, they are dedicated to Radharani. It's a very transcendental situation. And normally if someone says to you, I don't want to see Krishna, I don't want Krishna to come anywhere near me, then you think, whoa, maybe a demon or some, really messed up person. And that's what they say. We don't want to see Krishna. And they tell Krishna, you come anywhere near here and we'll call the cops. Something like that. Yeah. So you might think, what are people like this doing in Vrindavan? Taking part in the pastimes. But it's all very transcendental, because they're completely dedicated to Radharani. And in their minds, they have the idea that they have to protect Radharani. So they are, you could say, they are in Radharani consciousness. It's something like that. Yeah. So Kutila saw them leaving the palace and heading down towards the Yamuna. And she stopped them and asked, where are you going? And Radharani, in a very haughty way, what are you asking us for? Said, I have taken a solemn vow that every morning, early morning, in this very sacred month, I will take my sacred early morning bath in the Yamuna for the benefit of my dear husband, Abhimanyu. And when she said that, what happened? All her girlfriends started giggling and sort of and Kutila noticed. And, they weren't really just out front about it, but she could see that it's not like that. It's just not like that. They're making fun of me. But she didn't really get into it. She didn't confront them, what's so funny? Anything like that. Because, if she'd done that, they would have got on her case in some other way. So she just left them to go. But in her mind, in her heart, she was thinking, something's really wrong here. This sounds like a conspiracy. So she quickly went over to Nandagram, which is not far, by walking, because generally all these places you travel by walking. So it's probably, if you walk fast, and I'm sure she walked really fast, it's an hour's walk, or maybe slightly more, if you really walk fast. So, so she walked over to Nandagram, just, until she bumped into some of the people, moving around outside the village, one elderly man, and she asked, where is Sri Nandanandan this morning? And the gentleman said, oh, dear Sri Nandanandan, what a good boy. He has taken a solemn vow that every morning, early morning, for this whole month, sacred month of Magh, he will take his religious early morning bath in the Yamuna. What a pious boy. Because, those baths, particularly if you take a bath in some sacred river or kund or something, they're sacred. It's not just like taking a bath. It's definitely not. So yes, sacred religious bath. And then Kutila understood it is a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. So she headed off to the Yamuna. In those days, the course of the Yamuna was different to what it is now. It really sort of wandered all around through Vraj Mandala in different ways. Now it just sort of goes through the center or something like that. But in those days, even in Nandagram, which is a distance away, even in Govardhan, which is also a distance away, the Yamuna flowed nearby. And you could just walk there. So off she went to the Yamuna. Of course, she didn't really know where to look, but she started sort of on the northern side and went down. And as she's going down, searching and looking and spying and just, trying to catch them out, she started to approach the place where Srimati Radharani and Lord Krishna were having pastimes together. Now, fortunately, the gopis had lookouts posted strategically to see if anyone was coming, and then to give the warning, sound the alarm so that Krishna could just get out. So one gopi was on that side as the lookout, and she's looking. And she saw, here comes Kutila. And so she ran into where Radha and Krishna, all the gopis were gathered, but there was one, almost like a hut, not actually a hut exactly, but we call it a kunj. Kunj, Jai Radha Madhava, Kunja Bihari. Radha and Krishna, Radha Madhava, are Bihari, enjoying pastimes in the kunjas. Kunjas mean where the branches of particular trees, it's not every tree, but pilu trees, certain pilu trees, the branches grow over and come down to the ground. And inside there's a room, a small room. That's a kunj. That's a kunj. And you'll notice when we go to Yavat, in the courtyard in the temple is an old pilu tree which has quite a nice kunj. So Radha and Krishna were inside in the kunj, and the branches and leaves and everything come over, and in many cases you can't see unless you open up things. You can't see what's going on inside. So Radha and Krishna were enjoying pastimes together in the kunj, and the other gopis were just gathered around. And then this one gopi, Tulsi, came running in. That, watch out, Kutila is coming. She'll be here in 1 minute. And so Krishna had to quickly come out of the kunj, and Radharani did also. And Krishna had to just sort of disappear, run for it. Yes. So then, sure enough, within a minute or something, Kutila arrived and started really questioning the gopis, and particularly Radharani. So Kutila asked, well, this is an important point. I don't know if we mentioned this one of the other days. Radha and Krishna, they try to meet unnoticed. Yeah. With nobody knowing. We talked about that last night. Their relationship is like a very good chutney. You remember? What was the name of the chutney? Mother-in-law's Revenge. It also has another name, I must say. The other name is Mother-in-law's Tongue. Krishna. Anyway. Yes, so she came in. Kutila came in, and so they try to meet, very secretly, completely secretly. But there are a number of serious problems, and one of those very serious, perhaps most serious problem is that Krishna's body is very, very fragrant. Our bodies get a bit fragrant every now and then if we exert ourselves. But Krishna's body is really sweet and fragrant. And the problem with that is that wherever he has been, the fragrance remains in the air for some time. And you can go to that place maybe 15 minutes later, but you'll smell, Krishna was here. Yes. So Kutila arrived, and she smelt, Krishna was here. But she didn't just, she wasn't just blunt about it. She asked, where is Hari? Where is Hari? And like many Sanskrit words, Hari has multiple meanings, like many, like even the word Krishna. It just means dark. It can just be used to mean dark. Yeah. So where is Hari? Now another meaning of Hari is lion. Lion. So Kutila asked, where is Hari? And Srimati Radharani answered, oh, there's a lion around. Oh, thank you for warning us, because we are just helpless, defenseless young girls. Thank you for warning us. You have saved our lives. And Kutila could understand, I'm not going to get anywhere with these girls. Almost caught them, but, a miss is as good as a mile. Yes, so there was nothing she could do. And so she just said, oh, you rascal girls, everybody knows you meet with him and you're just very low class, and off she went. In the meantime, devotees, fasten your seatbelts. Krishna escaped and went around the other way. Kutila came in that way, and Krishna went around back on the same way. And you know what Krishna did? Krishna, our master of disguises, disguised himself as Abhimanyu, the husband of Radharani, the son of Jatila and the brother of Kutila. And exactly the appearance, exactly the dress and hair and whatever else, just totally identical. And waited on the road that she had come in on and now she's going to go back out on. So Kutila now is starting on the way back to Yavat. And who did she meet but Abhimanyu, Krishna. Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu. In older versions of the Nectar of Devotion, there is a painting of this pastime. Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu. Anyway, okay. So Kutila and Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu, they each said to the other, what are you doing here? And Kutila explained that, I was told, they told me this, then at Nandagram they told me that, and I understood there's some conspiracy going on. So I came here to catch that rascal Krishna and your poor wife who Krishna takes advantage of. I came here to catch them, and I almost caught them, but Krishna, it seems, somehow he escaped just before I got there, but I could smell that he'd been there. And Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said, well done, sister. Good try. Better luck next time. And Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said, you know what I have heard. This is Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu. You know what I have heard, you won't believe it. I have heard that Krishna has disguised himself as me. But this is Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu. I have heard Krishna has disguised himself as me. And Kutila was just, no, he wouldn't do that. And Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said, yes, that's what I've been told by reliable sources. So, in the meantime, the gopis started just going back because it was all over, for the morning at least. So they all went back to Yavat. So Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said that I have heard that this Krishna disguised as me is going to try to enter our palace at the usual time I come home from herding the cows. So what I'm going to do, I am going to race home now, and Radharani will be there, and I am going to personally protect her. I will go into her quarters because, the practice was in those days, and still to some degree is, husband and wife do not stay together. And they're in the same house, but they don't share the same, particularly bedroom. They have separate quarters. The husband is with the men, the wife is with the other ladies. So Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said, in order to protect her, perform my sacred duty of protection of my wife, I will go into her quarters and make sure this rascal Krishna can't get in. If he tries to get in, I'll beat him up. And he told Kutila that. Anyway, then he and Kutila went back to Yavat. Radharani was there. And Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, explained to Jatila the mother, same thing. This rascal, you won't believe it. He has disguised himself as me. It's terrible, isn't it? Yes, it's terrible. So I'm going to go into her quarters, lock the door from the inside, so no one can come in, and I'll protect her. And what you do, because they're cow herding people, they have cows, and wherever there's cows, there's cow dung, plenty of it. He said, what you do, you make cow dung balls, big ones, solid cow dung, and you go up on the roof just over the main entrance. And when this rascal comes and he's just about to open the front door, then you throw the cow dung balls on his head and just smash him. And as you're doing that, just tell him, we know who you are. You can't fool us. You're Krishna. And he will deny it. He will say, no, I'm not. I'm Abhimanyu. And when he says that, then you know he's a rascal and he's a liar. So then you throw more cow dung balls and you just chase him away. And Jatila and Kutila said, that's a great plan. So Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, went into Radharani's quarters, and they had transcendental pastimes together. And just shortly thereafter, who should return at the normal time that he would return home in the afternoon, but Abhimanyu. So he just comes up to the front door, he turns the handle, suddenly crash, bang, from like 15 feet or 20 feet up, just smashed to the ground by these big, hefty cow dung balls. He's lying there, looking up. Who did this? It's my mother and sister. And he asked, what are you doing? And they said to him, no, you can't fool us. We know who you are. You're Krishna. And Abhimanyu said, what? I'm not Krishna, I'm Abhimanyu. And Jatila said, we knew you would say that. That proves you're a cheater. And bang, bang, more cow dung balls. And Abhimanyu thought, my poor mother and sister, they've gone mad. They've been possessed by ghosts. I will go quickly to Mathura and bring the exorcist to take the ghosts out of them. So off he went. And Jatila knocked on Radharani's door. Of course, it's locked from the inside. And said, don't worry, we chased him away. And Krishna, disguised as Abhimanyu, said, well done. And we'll be out, in due course. Hare Krishna. So these things happen. In Vrindavan, some very amazing pastimes. So, yes. And like I said, if you can find an old hard-covered version of Nectar of Devotion, there's a picture of Krishna disguised as Abhimanyu and Jatila and the real Abhimanyu, and the whole thing's going on. And Jatila's chasing away the real Abhimanyu. Hare Krishna. So, devotees, we will continue tomorrow. We will continue tomorrow. Yes. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava ki jai. Haribol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nama Om Vishnupada Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastyatyadesh Tarane Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchkapaturubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So Hare Krishna devotees, and we're continuing our seminar on the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna. And as we have been doing, we will first of all read a couple of verses or so spoken by Lord Caitanya in the 21st chapter of the Madhya Lila of Sri Caitanya Charitamrita. And let's just see here. So we will tonight, first I'll read verse 110 and then 111. And then actually we'll read we'll read 3 verses. We'll read 112 also. Okay. Madhurya Bhagavata Sara Vraje Kaila Parachara Tahashuka Vyasira Nandan Stane Stane Bhagavate Varniyache Janaite Tahashuni Mate Bhaktagana. Translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna is full in all 6 opulences, including his attractive beauty, which engages him in conjugal love with the gopis. Such sweetness is the quintessence of his qualities. Shukadev Goswami, the son of Vyasadeva, has described these pastimes of Krishna throughout Srimad Bhagavatam. Hearing the descriptions, the devotees become mad with love of God. And verse 111. Kahite Krishnera Rase Shlokapade Prema Veshe Preme Sanatana Hatadari Gopi Bhagya Krishna Guna Ye Karila Varnana Bhava Veshe Mathura Nagari. Just as the women of Mathura ecstatically described the fortune of the gopis of Vrindavan and the transcendental qualities of Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu described the different mellows of Krishna and became overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Grasping the hand of Sanatana Goswami, he recited the following verse. Lord Chaitanya recited the following verse. Let's read this. It's actually Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, chapter 44, verse 14. And it was spoken by the women of Mathura when they saw Krishna in the wrestling arena. Gopyastapa kimacharan yadamushya rupam lavanya saramassamurdvamananya siddham drigbi pibant yanu sava binavam durapam ekantadama yashasa shriya aishvarasya. So this is the ladies of Mathura when they saw Krishna enter the wrestling arena. And they said, "What austerities must the gopis have performed? With their eyes they always drink the nectar of the form of Lord Krishna, which is the essence of loveliness and is not to be equaled or surpassed. That loveliness is the only abode of beauty, fame, and opulence. It is self-perfect, ever fresh, and unique. Because there's a sort of a parallel, arguably and definitely in a certain sense. What austerities, one could say, what austerities must the devotees of Shri Shri Radharanath have performed? With their eyes they always drink the nectar of the form of Shri Shri Radharanath and Giri Govardhan and Lord Caitanya, which are the essence of loveliness and are not to be equaled or surpassed. It's true. There's truth in it. I'm going to read another verse. Tarunyam Rita Paravara Taranga Lavanya Sara Tate Se Avarta Bhavodgama Vangshidwani Chakravata Narira Manatrina Pata Taha Dubaya Nahaya Udgama. The bodily beauty of Sri Krishna is like a wave in the ocean of eternal youth. In that great ocean is the whirlpool of the awakening of ecstatic love. The vibration of Krishna's flute is like a whirlwind, and the flickering minds of the gopis are like straws and dry leaves. After they fall down in the whirlwind, they never rise again, but remain eternally at the lotus feet of Krishna. Isn't that nice? Yes, so devotees, first of all, I'll tell you one short pastime from Yavat. Last night we were in Yavat, in and around Yavat. I think you remember that story. So now in Yavat, that is the palace of Jatila, and her son Abhimanyu lives there with her daughter Kutila. We talked about them both, all of them last night. And of course Srimati Radharani lived there when she was married to Abhimanyu. And Krishna would regularly, and I mean every day, generally, try to somehow get in to meet with Srimati Radharani, or if not that, when Radharani would go out, sometimes like last night, we were talking about how she was going out in the mornings to take bath in the Yamuna early in the month of Magh. So Krishna, well, actually, as we were describing last night, Krishna would come out and meet Radharani and the gopis when possible. But otherwise, he would try to come in to Yavat, which was a challenge because it's a palace, but not a big palace. And, it's a walled building with the rooms and everything inside the main walls, and a courtyard in the center, and with trees, couple of trees or something, in the courtyard. And you know what Lord Krishna, our hero, would do? He would climb up the outside wall, go over the top of the roof of the buildings, the rooms which were surrounding the courtyard, and then climb into a tree and come down in the tree and then meet with Srimati Radharani, or try. Generally he'd be able to. not always, and sometimes they would meet and be interrupted. So anyway, there's a famous story that one time in the evening, it was not really dark, but it was sort of half and half. And so Krishna took it as a good time to try to meet Srimati Radharani. So he climbed over the outside wall and climbed into the tree and started climbing down inside the tree. However, as fate would have it, I was going to say unfortunately, but it's all Purnamasi's arrangement because she's managing the pastimes in detailed ways. So as he's in the tree and he's on the way down, but he's sort of in the middle or in the higher part or maybe 2/3 of the way up still on his way down. And who should come out from the rooms but Jatila, the cranky mother-in-law of Srimati Radharani. And fortunately, she is half blind. And therefore, particularly when it's dark, getting dark, it's difficult for her. So Krishna is slowly and gently making his way down through the tree. But it's difficult to do it quietly. And so Jatila came out and she heard these sounds of rustling of leaves and movement. And obviously someone or some entity is in the tree. And so Jatila called out, "Who's there? Who's there? Tell me." And Krishna didn't know what to say. So then Krishna, he got an inspiration. And Krishna said, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." There's a cuckoo in the tree. And Jatila said, "You don't sound like a cuckoo. Who are you? What are you?" And Krishna didn't know what to do. So again he just said, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." And then Jatila went inside. So Krishna thought, gosh, I got to get out of here. So he started just trying to go back up. But Jatila came out again, hearing the sounds. And again, and this time she had a stick. And she said, "Who are you? Tell me who you are. I know someone's there." And Krishna, what did Krishna do? Cuckoo, cuckoo. And Jatila sort of whacking the tree a bit. And Krishna, sure, it's a difficult situation. So, and then Krishna's trying to climb up, but it wasn't so easy. And he got stuck. And Krishna, our hero, spent the whole night in the tree with Jatila coming out every, couple of minutes and harassing him. So, yeah, the adventures of our hero and heroine. And as Srimati Radharani said, our relationship is like that. It's very, sometimes it's very intense, just like a really good chutney. And sometimes it's so hot, we just don't know if we can deal with it. Sure. but then it's so sweet we can't stop. Yes, so that happened there. That's a story. And here's another story. We'll see how far we get with this. Maybe we'll get through the whole way. It's a famous, even more famous story, which if you've been resident here for a while, you would have heard before. So the situation is, it's Yavat again. Many of these pastimes happened in Yavat. Yeah, when Radharani was married. So it's in Yavat, and as we said, either Krishna's trying to come in and meet Radharani, or when Radharani goes out, Krishna's trying to intervene somehow and meet with her. And it becomes well known. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And for Jatila, who is trying to be like a cultured, I guess, she's trying to be a cultured and respectable older lady. Yeah. With children who are, adults. So she's an older lady. And at that stage in life, to be respectable and decent and cultured and things like this, it's important to be a respectable, like, senior member of the community. But this whole situation between her daughter-in-law and Krishna is just, it's every day something happens. And sometimes a few things happen every day. So Jatila, it was just building up in Jatila that we have to take more decisive action to do something, to actually stop this, because we cannot go on like this. So Jatila decided, listen to this. She's speaking to Kutila. My dear daughter, I'm simply unable to protect my daughter-in-law from that Krishna anymore. Alas, what should I do? Kutila, I have decided on a remedy. You must assist me. We have to prevent Radharani from going outside the house. Yes. Therefore, she who is bitten by the eager glances, you remember the glances? Anyway, you remember the glances. She who is bitten by the eager glances of that snake-like son of Nanda must be protected by being kept indoors at all times. There is no other remedy. So, Kutila, you must always be alert to keep her carefully here. Don't let her go to Pavan Sarovar or to the Yamuna. Stop her from going to Surya Kund. Because, that's interesting. Radharani worships Surya. Yeah, the sun god. But you must stop her going to Surya Kund. And thus there'll be no possibility whatsoever of her meeting that Krishna. Yes. So she can worship the sun god here at home. And in this way, if we keep Radhika here, then if that rascal Krishna comes trying to enter our home somehow or other at any time of day or night, I will personally keep vigil 24 hours a day by the outer gate with a big stick in my hand. So, Kutila raises the objection or mentions the challenge, the problem, that there is an arrangement. There is an arrangement with Yashoda, Mother Yashoda, who is the queen, the wife of the king of Vraja, Nanda Maharaj, they're our seniors. There's an arrangement that Radharani goes and cooks for Krishna every day. What are we going to do about that? And Jatila says, my dear daughter, just go and see Yashoda right now and tell her that from now on, my daughter-in-law will not leave the house to go anywhere else. Yashoda has to get Balaram's mother, Rohini, to cook. So, like this is really a drastic situation. And then Jatila informs Srimati Radharani. And Radharani, of course, is devastated. And Radharani falls unconscious. She finds herself in a blazingly feverish condition, burning furiously in the agonizing fire of separation from Krishna. So Lalita Devi, who's her chief friend, and the other Sakhis and girls there, they make a bed of cool lotus leaves smeared with sandalwood pulp and camphor, and so she can lie down there, and that'll cool her down. But the very instant that her smouldering body touches that cooling bed, the bed itself becomes as hot as burning embers. So Radharani just falls senseless on the flower bed and hardly breathing. So what to do? So Lalita, who's really clever, she makes a plan. She goes and tells Jatila, Radharani has been bitten by a snake, and she's in a terrible condition. She will not survive much longer. You must bring a snake doctor to cure Radharani. Otherwise she's going to die just soon, very soon. So, and of course it's true. It's true that Srimati Radharani has been bitten by a snake. It's the snake of separation from Krishna. Yes. So she's barely breathing. If they put a little cotton swab under her nostrils, then it sometimes moves a little, but otherwise it doesn't move. So it's really drastic. So out goes Jatila. Yes. Jatila is shocked and she screams, Alas, alas, has a thunderbolt struck me on the head, because she's so devoted to Radharani. just so totally devoted. And she just cries like this again and again, and rushes to Radharani's quarters, and sure enough she sees Radharani's there, just totally motionless and not even clear symptoms of breathing. So, okay, so out goes Jatila to find the snake doctor. Yes. She goes out to try to find, she rushes around trying to find Purnamasi, because Purnamasi is like, even though Nanda Maharaj is the king, but Purnamasi is like, is the goddess. She's worshipped by Nanda Maharaj. There's very beautiful description, just short but really nice, in Gopal Champu, of the arrival of Purnamasi in the palace of Nanda Maharaj. It's quite amazing. So they go find Purnamasi. I mean, Jatila and Kutila go and find Purnamasi. And they tell her, this is the situation. Radharani's been bitten by a snake, and she's dying. And you're such a great yogini, such a great saintly person. You must help. And Purnamasi says, well, you know, I'm busy right now, but I was just told yesterday that the daughter of Garga Muni, Gargi, is around. She's here, and she's very knowledgeable in all mystical things and some things to do with snake bites. So go find Gargi. She'll help. So they go running off to find Gargi, and they find Gargi. Gargi, have you learnt snake mantras from your father Gargamuni? And Gargi says, no. But my little sister has. My little sister. And so they ask, where's your little sister? Where's she living? What's her name? And Gargi says, well, you know, you're in luck. She has just arrived from her mother-in-law's house in Benares and is staying here, just nearby, at her father's house in Mathura, and her name is Vidyavali, and she is an expert in dealing with snake bites and anything to do with snakes. So Jatila and Kutila beg her, take us to Vidyavali immediately, please. Take us right now. So Gargi does. Yes. And Jatila throws herself at the feet of Vidyavali. You got to help us. You got to help us. My daughter-in-law's been bitten by a snake. Please come. Please come and save her life. We'll give you anything, everything. I'll give you my life. I'll become your servant for the rest of my life. Please come and save my daughter-in-law. And Vidyavali says, you know, I'd love to help, but I have heard that roaming around the countryside here is one very unusual boy with very dark skin and roving eyes, who's very interested in young girls. I believe his name is something like Krishna, and I'm a very respectable young lady, so I don't think I can come because he might see me, and if he does, just his seeing me would contaminate me. You could take a guess, if you like. Who is Vidyavali? I don't want to throw the mud of scandalous, unchaste infamy all over my dynasty. Yes. So, thank you, but no thank you. And poor Jatila is just completely losing it. Oh, you are endowed with all good qualities. I've now fallen down at your 2 lotus feet. Reviving my daughter-in-law Radhika, just purchase me wholesale with the dust of your feet. What more can I say? And Vidyavali says, you know, my dear old lady of Vraja, you're obviously not aware of the elevated rules of conduct practiced by our pure Brahmin family. So it goes back and forth like that. But eventually, Vidyavali says, well, actually, Gargi says, you know, please help them. And Vidyavali says, my most noble, educated sister, I'm always surrendered to you. So I have a great fear, but if you order me, then I'll do it. So Vidyavali goes with Jatila, and they enter the palace in Yavat. And Jatila takes Vidyavali in to the room. And there is Srimati Radharani just lying there like paralyzed, practically not breathing. And Vidyavali does some tests. And when she touches Radharani, Radharani reacts in very dramatic ways. But as soon as Vidyavali takes her hand off, then Radharani's just like practically dead. So Vidyavali told Jatila, this is extremely serious. She is in the final stages. I don't know if I can save her. I will have to do the most specialized anti-snake bite rituals and pujas and things. I have to do them privately. Everyone else will have to go. So Jatila says, yes, we'll go, don't worry. So they all go out, and Vidyavali locks the door from the inside. And all sorts of interactions with Radharani happen. Then, after a little while, Vidyavali speaks through the door, because Jatila's just out there, in just panicking. And Vidyavali says, this is so serious because Radharani has been bitten by the snake of Lord Shiva, who's just practically the most powerful snake. And the snake wants to speak with you, Jatila. So the snake speaks through the door. Jatila, I am the snake of Lord Shiva, and I have come to kill you. And Jatila says, well, why did you bite my daughter-in-law? You can kill me, it's all right. And the snake says, no. If I bite you, you will die in a few minutes. But by killing your daughter-in-law, for the rest of your life, you will suffer. And then you know what happens after that. Tune in tomorrow night and find out, 'cause it really happens. Hare Krishna. The snake of Lord Shiva. Oh. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nama Om Vishnuvada Krishna Prasna Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Dejtarane. Sri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakapatarubhyasta kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna devotees, I hope all is well. Well, yesterday was... Anyway, Hare Krishna. Yesterday, we began and sort of got into the middle of the story of the snake doctor. Oh, Krishna. Yes, so anyway, you know the story so far. Radharani, in separation from Krishna, has become unconscious to the point where she is barely living. So Jatila, as the extremely concerned mother-in-law, went to find the snake doctor. Well, being told that Radharani had been bitten by a snake, so went to find the snake doctor, and it wasn't easy, but got this very enchanting looking, very dark-skinned girl, said to be the sister of Gargi, means one of the daughters of Garga Muni. But we thought he only had one daughter. But anyway, Yes, so that very enchanting looking young Brahmin girl, Vidyavali, it was very difficult to get her to come because she was so afraid of getting a bad name if she was seen by a certain young boy named Krishna. But anyway, she came and did an initial inspection of Srimati Radharani just to see what are the symptoms, what appears to be the situation. And very quickly, Vidyavali, due to being an expert, understood that Srimati Radharani was right on the edge between life and death. So she immediately, she understood she had to do some therapy, which is of the most extreme sensitivity. And in order to do that, Vidyavali knew she has to be completely undisturbed because she has to concentrate so much on Srimati Radharani. So she told Jatila and whoever else was there were a few there, they just had to go. Otherwise it couldn't be successful and Radharani would depart. So Jatila and the others, but particularly Jatila, agreed, yes, we'll go out. And out they went. Yes, out they went. And after a little while, Vidyavali called through the door and said, you know what I've understood? I've understood that Radharani was bitten by the snake of Lord Shiva. You know, the one that's around his neck? You know that one? You know him? Yeah. Cobra. And this is so, it's just super drastic. And she told Jatila that the snake wants to speak to you. So then this voice came through the door with much hissing and sort of exhalation and told Jatila that I have come to kill you. And Jatila asked, why? Why me? What have I done? And the snake replied, you have offended the Lord of my Lord, Shiva. And Jatila said, what? I offended Lord Shiva? I never offended Lord Shiva. And the snake said, no, you have offended the Lord of my Lord Shiva. You have offended Krishna. Because you have so many times blasphemed Krishna and spread so many rumors that my Lord's beloved Supreme Lord Shri Krishna is misbehaving with your daughter-in-law, and this is all nonsense, and you do this every day. So my beloved Lord Shiva is very offended with you. So he sent me to kill you. And Jatila was just in bewilderment. And Jatila said, well, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you killing Radharani, my daughter-in-law? And the snake answered that if I simply bite you, you will simply die in a few minutes. But if I kill your daughter-in-law, then you will suffer for the rest of your life. And then you know what I will do. I will then kill your son too. Ha ha ha. So, Jatila is just in extreme bewilderment, confusion, and anxiety. And the snake just continued saying that every day you spread rumors that your supremely chaste daughter-in-law is meeting Krishna. But this is all lies. And Jatila said, well, what can I do? What can I do? Is there something I can do? Can I do something to make up for it? And the snake said, yes, you must go to every house in Vraja and tell all the devotees that all this talk of Krishna meeting Radharani is all lies, and you must apologize and take the dust from the lotus feet of all the bridge basis. And Jatila said, yes, I'll do it, I promise. I'll go to every single bridge basi and tell them that I just made a very strange mistake. I'm so sorry. So the snake said, all right, if you're going to do that, then I will take my poison out of Srimati Radharani. And Jatila said, yes. Please take it out. Don't worry. I will put it in writing. I will do broadcast. So then the snake said, just wait. Oh, no. Then the snake said, I want you to take a vow. This is the vow. I want you to say, now I have complete, absolute faith in Srimati Radharani. So Jatila just started chanting, now I have complete, absolute faith in Srimati Radharani. Now I have complete, absolute faith in Srimati Radharani. So Jatila took the oath and then said, O King of the Snakes, I am absolutely convinced of all that you say. I will never, ever, never, ever disturb my daughter-in-law again. Please bestow this one benediction on me, that my son and daughter-in-law may live a long life. So the snake concluded, O Jatila, now I have really become fully pleased with you. Just worship Durvasa, the best of the sages, and prepare nice edibles. I will now remove all the poison from Radharani's body and go back to Mount Kailash. But hey, old woman, if you ever again make any kind of false accusation in relation to Sri Krishna, then I will simply come immediately and angrily bite both Radhika and Abhimanyu, completely destroying them simultaneously. So then silence. Then suddenly, after a few minutes, from inside, a voice, Vidyavali's voice came. Oh, dear friends, may all of you now achieve the topmost bliss. The king of the snakes has removed the poison from Sri Radha's body, and now he has disappeared. Thus, Srimati Radharani is now cured. And suddenly, Vidyavali unlocked the door, and Radharani came out. And they asked her, Oh, Radhe, how do you feel now? And Radharani replied, now I feel perfectly healthy, not even a trace of pain left. So everyone bowed down at Vidyavali's feet, particularly Jatila. And Jatila prayed, Dearest Vidyavali, your knowledge is glorious, and your wonderful achievement today is glorious. By thus reviving Srimati Radharani, you have certainly obtained vast pious credits, whereby your very life has become glorious. So then, Jatila said to Radharani that, now, Radharani, give Vidyavali a big hug. Because we've all guessed who Vidyavali is, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Give her a big hug, a really serious hug. And Radharani hesitated because she knows who Vidyavali is. And Jatila said, daughter-in-law, do what I say. And Abhimanyu said, "Yes, wife, I order you also. Give her a big hug." So then Srimati Radharani and Vidyavali embraced. And as they embraced, Srimati Radharani thought to herself, he who is never able to enjoy with me right in front of my own girlfriends, who are all just like my dear life itself, he who is never able to subdue my aggressive, fickle nature and make me into a submissive, agreeable gopi. Oh my goodness! This Vrajaraj Kishore, my most beloved, more dear than even millions of hearts, is now embracing me right in front of my mother-in-law and husband by their order. Anyway, let it be. Today my life has become successfully fulfilled. And my wicked in-laws, who are usually my most formidable enemies, have today fallen down at the feet of my Prananath, the Lord of my life. Oh, glorious providence, I sing your praises. Oh my goodness, where will I ever find someone to tell the story of the supreme happiness which is pervading my every atom? So, yes. So, like this. In this way, Radha Krishna, who are expert at relishing fun pastimes, manifest so many expansively surging waves of beautifully artistic sports, which just billow over the ocean of pure, divinely amorous love. And all their girlfriends happily dance within the sporting arena, represented by the waves of supremely mischievous, novel pranks and fun curiosities that simply billow over the ocean of selfless love. Indeed, there is no cessation of that dancing and dancing for even a moment. Hare Krishna. So, devotees, you know, when we all go to Yavat, right? Right. Then we'll see, we will see there, we mentioned, there's the main altar straight in front. It's not big, but it's the main altar. And the deities there are Radha, Radhakanta. Yes, beautiful deities of Radha and Krishna. And we mentioned on our left, there's another altar, just on the side, just 10 meters away. You've been to Yavat, right? Yeah. So, right, yeah, on the left there, several meters or something to the left, there's Jatila with Kutila on our left and Abhimanyu on our right. Now, usually, that's left, center, usually on our right, there is another altar, usually or sometimes. Yes, and on that altar you know who is there? There is Kali Krishna. Kali Krishna. Yes. Blackish blue Krishna with his tongue sticking out, big red tongue, like Kali. You saw them? And Krishna with, weapons like Kali Ma. And you might wonder, what's going on here? Well, this is where the pastime of Kali Krishna happened in Yavat. One time during the Kali Puja season, some days or week or whatever it is, then Lord Krishna managed to sneak into Yavat. He came down through the tree, you remember? Cuckoo. But he didn't get caught this time. And he got into Srimati Radharani's quarters during the Kali Puja. And there was Krishna with Srimati Radharani. And they're enjoying some pastimes together. And suddenly, in came Jatila. And they didn't know what to do, but they had to think really fast. So, fortunately, Jatila is half blind. So she couldn't quite make out what was going on. Krishna suddenly grabbed a knife or a couple of knives or something and stood like this and stuck his tongue out. And Radharani made it look like she's offering some flowers at his feet. And Jatila asked, where did that deity of Kali Ma come from? And Radharani said, oh, well, someone gave her to me. And Jatila walked out. So then they relaxed. Then Jatila came back in and said, I'm so happy you're doing nice Kali Puja. They had to quickly pull themselves together. Yeah, tongue out again. And I think it's very nice. And you must pray to Kali Ma that she will arrange for my son, for your husband, to get many cows so he can become wealthy. And Krishna, as Krishna Kali, nodded his head. And Jatila couldn't believe it. What deity have you got here? And then Krishna realized, oh, wait. And wow, this is amazing. And she went out again, and they relaxed. But then she came in for a third time, and Krishna again. And Jatila said, you've got the best deity of Kali I've ever seen. We must put your Kali on a throne and have a festival. And Srimati Radharani said, it's okay, Mataji. It's all right. I like to privately do my worship. So Jatila was okay with that. So this is the pastime of Kali Krishna. Yeah. And sometimes you see her there. Not always. Jatila and Kutila and Abhimanyu, they're always there. But Kali Krishna is not always there. One other time, devotees. One other time, Krishna again sneaked in. And he was in Radharani's private quarters. and a few of the other gopis were there, particularly Lalita. And Lalita, the main gopis, the Astasakis, they're all expansions of Radharani. And they're particularly manifestations of different aspects of her nature. Like, for example, Tunga Vidya. Tunga Vidya has all of Radharani's mystical powers. So she's really, she's like she's, I wouldn't say a witch, but what would you say? A female, what do they call them? Anyway, you know what they call them. I forget. The witch doctors. Sangoma, yeah. So, Lalita, though, she has Radharani's skill in speaking. She can convince you when you're standing outside in the middle of the day. She'll convince you it's midnight. And when you're standing outside now, she'll convince you it's midday. She's amazing. But sometimes it gets a little wild. It really gets a bit wild. She says some pretty sort of over-the-top things. So one day, there they were. And yes, Krishna was there with Srimati Radharani, and some of the gopis were there, and Lalita was there. And in came Jatila. And Krishna had to just, of course, Jatila is half blind, fortunately. So Krishna had to make the quickest exit he ever made. He literally dived through the window. And Jatila said, "What? Who was that who went out the window?" And Lalita said, "What? Out what window? No one went out the window." And Jatila said, "No, I'm sure I saw someone." No, lady, you haven't got your glasses on." But anyway, yeah. But then Jatila saw on the table Krishna's flute. And she told Lalita that was Krishna who dived out the window. I'm sure it was. "Here's his flute." And Lalita said very arrogantly, You think Krishna is the only one who plays a flute? Nobody else can play a flute. We all play flutes. And Jatila's taken aback, but she looked at the flute and said, "I recognize this. This is Krishna's flute." So, where did it come from if that wasn't Krishna? And Radharani's in anxiety. What's Lalita going to say? Lalita said, "Listen, old lady, didn't you hear that today it is raining flutes?" And Radharani thought, "Oh no, you didn't have to say that. Why did you say that?" And Jatila was in shock. "What do you mean, raining flutes? That's crazy." And Lalita said, "It is not crazy. Just look out the window." And Radharani thought, "No! What did you say that for?" And Jatila came in amazement and looked out the window. And you know what was happening? It was raining flutes. The flutes were just pouring from. And Jatila said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and walked out. Hare Krishna. Sri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Radhanath ki jai. Gaur Premanandi. In Sri Rangam for the rainy season. Anyway, yeah. And Venkatabhatta was a devotee. Well, from Sri Rangam, one of the Pujari families worshipping Lakshmi Narayan. Actually, that family, they worship Lakshmi in the Lakshmi temple behind the Sri Rangam temple. Been there? Sri Rangam? Oh, you haven't. One has to spend a few days there. So anyway, yes, that Venkatabhatta, the father of Gopal Bhatta, who became Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he was very dedicated devotee of Lakshmi Narayan. And it's a bit of a long story, but basically, Lord Caitanya was appreciating that this is a nice devotee, and it would be nice if he could understand more deeply Krishna consciousness, that Krishna is the Supreme Lord. So one time Lord Caitanya challenged him in a friendly way that you say Lakshmi Narayan is the highest. Yes. But in the Bhagavatam it says that Lakshmi left Narayan, abandoned him. Even though she's the most chaste wife, she abandoned her husband and went to associate with Krishna in the rasa dance. And like I said, there's quite something to it, but basically Lord Caitanya was able to get through to Venkatabhatta that, yes, that's true. So there's something special about Krishna that Narayan doesn't have. And, well, in that, the account, which is in the Bhagavatam, Lakshmi leaves Narayan, comes, while Krishna was here 5,000 years ago, comes down to join the rasa dance. But how to join the rasa dance, it's not so easy. You don't just walk in. You need some qualification. So she thought that, yes, now I've come down to prepare myself, I will perform austerity. But that's not the qualification. One has to become very humble servant, girl in Vrindavan, in the villages. She couldn't do it. So the verse here says, she undertook a great vow and underwent severe austerities and devotees. She's still doing those austerities. And if you come with us to Vrindavan, as we've been mentioning, come with us to Yavat, and we'll also take you to Bailvan, where Lakshmi is still. She's there, 5,000 years she's been there, and she's still doing austerities, and she still hasn't got into the rasa dance. So yes, Lord Caitanya says, this is the vivid evidence of the exceptional sweetness of Krishna's beauty. So I thought this evening what we could do, it's our last evening actually, we can consider the beauty and sweetness of Lord Krishna, but in a particular context. I was thinking we could consider the context of the kindness of Krishna. How merciful is Krishna? Yes. And there's a lot that can be said about that. And that kindness, mercy of Krishna is very sweet. You could say it's very beautiful also. It's definitely very sweet. What a person Krishna is. What a heart Krishna has. It's just amazing. So there are a few quotations and points which are brought out in a book of Srila Jiva Goswami called Sankalpa Kalpadruma. Yes. And he gives a whole lot of evidence about how kind is Krishna, how exceptionally kind. And the first thing he discusses, or the first example he gives to illustrate Krishna's extreme kindness, is he quotes Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, Chapter 2, verse 23. It's a very special verse. It is Uddhava lamenting immediately after the disappearance of Lord Krishna, the departure of Lord Krishna back to Goloka Vrindavan, because Uddhava was Lord Krishna's very close associate and actually like his advisor in Dwaraka. So for many years means Krishna was in Dwaraka. It's something like 115 years. No. About 90 something years. 90 something years. Anyway, something like that. Really quite some time. And Uddhava was with Krishna every day and practically all day, and he observed Krishna's kindness in many different situations to many different people. And this is one of the main ones that he refers to here in 3rd Canto, Chapter 2, verse 23, Srimad Bhagavatam. Aho bakiyam stanakala kutam, jighamsaya payayad apyasadve, lebhe gatim datriyuchitam tatonyam, kam vadayalum sharanam vrajema. Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than he, who granted the position of mother to a she-demon, Putana, although she was unfaithful, and she prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast. So, yes, Uddhava is celebrating the mercy of Lord Krishna, Krishna's kindness to Putana. That Putana, of course, she's well known, the first of the demons to come to try to attack Krishna and kill Krishna. She poisoned her breast and she offered her breast to Krishna. Krishna was just a little infant, so she offered to breastfeed Krishna. And but Lord Krishna understood what was going on, and he sucked the poison. Well, he sucked some milk, actually, from her breast. Then the poison. Then he sucked her life out. And that was the end of Putana. But then she went to Goloka Vrindavan. And she's there now. And her position is a motherly position. She's a nanny, actually. Datri. Datri means nurse or nanny for little children. And she's there. So devotees, when you go back to Goloka Vrindavan, hopefully in this lifetime, you may meet her. This one lady may walk up to you and say, you know who I was. So the thing is, though, that Uddhava, Krishna's just left the planet, and Uddhava, who was so close to him and observed so much and received so much very wonderful association, a lot of mercy from Krishna. He's lamenting because Krishna's just left this world, and he's saying, how am I going to find someone who can be merciful to me like Krishna? Now that Krishna's gone, I won't be able to find anyone. Because Putana, in her previous life, she had been the daughter of Bali Maharaj, who's described in the 8th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. So she was a young, sort of maybe pre-teen or 10 or 12-year-old, something like that, young girl. And Lord Krishna took the form of Lord Vamana in order to trick Bali Maharaj to get the universe from him. Bali Maharaj had defeated the demigods and kicked them out of the heavenly planets and taken over the heavenly planets. And the demigod's mother, Aditi, prayed to the Lord, you please appear and reinstate my children in the heavenly planets. So he came as Vamana and asked for 3 steps of land. Bali Maharaj was very generous. He immediately asked, what would you like? I want 3 steps of land. According to my measurement, Lord Vamana said. And Bali Maharaj, it's another one of our long stories, we have many. Bali Maharaj said, no problem. Yeah. So the daughter, Ratnavali, I think her name was, Ratnavali, saw this beautiful little Lord Vamana, 5-year-old little boy, Brahmin boy, very saintly, very sweet. And as a young girl like that, she thought, oh, I'd love to have this little boy as my son. But then just immediately after, the whole pastime evolved, and Lord Vamana, with 2 of the 3 steps, covered the whole universe, which Bali Maharaj was controlling. But now Lord Vamana took it all back and then arrested Bali Maharaj. So Ratnavali thought, all right, maybe I will have this little boy as my son, but if I do, I'll kill him. And then she was born as Putana. But Krishna was so kind, so extremely kind, that even though she came to kill him, such a horrible thing. I don't know if anyone ever tried to kill you. How would you look on that person, 1 minute later or something like that? Sure, it's an interesting point. But Krishna immediately overlooked her just incredibly horrible nature and killed her, and then gave her a place in Goloka. So Uddhava is saying that such kindness, such mercy, you just cannot find amongst the people. So how will I find, how can I take shelter of someone having had this experience now? So in Sankalpa Kalpa Druma, Krishna, Srila Jiva Goswami points out the kind nature, kind disposition of Krishna towards his devotees. And he says, Krishna, who, being very wise, being conquered by the love of Vraja's people, and wishing their welfare, and seeing that Indra had become crooked-hearted, this is referring to the Govardhan Leela. So, seeing that Indra had become crooked-hearted, Krishna revealed the desire in his heart with these words. And this is a verse from the Bhagavatam. With my mystic power, I will protect the people of Vraja, who have taken shelter of me, who consider me their Lord, and who are all my relatives. This is my vow. This is Krishna's great vow, to always protect his devotees. So he'll protect us also. He'll protect you. Sometimes he will test you. Don't worry. Don't worry. You'll get appropriate tests to keep you on your toes, just so we don't become complacent and apathetic and lethargic. So he'll test us. But if we really try to surrender and apply ourselves with the utmost sincerity as we're able, then we'll see how Krishna will protect us. And when you see, particularly when you see that there's some situation which is just apparently hopeless, and you think, well, that's it. That's it. Nothing I can do. But then you see that Krishna saves you. And then that really strengthens faith. It really gives faith. Then Srila Jiva Goswami gets into a whole discussion about, did Krishna return to Vrindavan or not? Because we all know that Krishna left Vrindavan. That's there in Srimad Bhagavatam. There's the whole story how Akrura came and took Krishna and Balaram to Mathura on the order of Kamsa. Kamsa wanted Krishna and Balaram to fight against the two big wrestlers. So they more or less had to go. Yeah, and they killed the wrestlers. But then, at least according to the Bhagavatam does not describe. It touches on it in at least one place, maybe a couple of places. But otherwise, that Krishna returned. But otherwise, generally, according to the basic text, there's no description in the Bhagavatam of Krishna returning to Vrindavan. And Srila Jiva Goswami, he takes the position that it cannot be that he never returned. He must have returned. And he gives lots of evidence from the Bhagavatam of how Krishna must have returned. It's interesting. Let's go through a few of the statements. So that Krishna, he quotes statements made by Krishna, that Krishna who, this is Bhagavatam 10, 39, 35, As he departed, that best of the yadus, that's Krishna, that best of the yadus saw how the gopis were lamenting, and thus he consoled them by sending a message with this loving promise, I will return. So after saying that, do you think Krishna would not return? Well, that's the question, isn't it? And then he says, Krishna, who is full of good qualities, beginning with truthfulness, who is true to his promise, about whom, how could it be said that he did not keep his promise and return to Vraja? His many eternal virtues, which are described by Mother Earth to the bull Dharma in Srimad Bhagavatam 1:16, 26 to 29. And I'll just select the particular qualities which are relevant in terms of truthfulness and keeping promise and not being, slippery. In him reside truthfulness. That's the first quality mentioned. First quality of Krishna. In him reside truthfulness, intolerance of another's unhappiness, straightforwardness, steadiness of mind, responsibility, faithfulness, chivalry, the discharge of proper duty, kind-heartedness, gentility, magnanimity, fidelity. So, how could someone with qualities like these, beginning with truthfulness, if he said he would return to Vrindavan, to his dearest devotees, the gopis, how could he not have returned? About who, Krishna, about who Uddhava said in Bhagavatam 10:46-34, Uddhava said, Krishna will very soon return to Vraja. This is Uddhava speaking to the gopis when he brought Krishna's messages to the gopis. And Uddhava saw Radharani speaking to the bumblebee. So Uddhava said, Krishna will very soon return to Vraja. So Krishna, therefore, must have returned to Vraja, for otherwise Uddhava would have become a liar. Yes. And the Lord will not make his devotee a liar. Krishna, who in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:46-6 said, because they've heard that I will return, the gopis struggle somehow or other to remain alive, and thus affirmed that he would return to them, who used the words, my gopis, and in these words also affirmed that he would return to them, who said to his father, please return to Vraja. As soon as we give some happiness to our friends in Mathura, we will return to Vraja and see our relatives who dearly love us and are always unhappy in our absence. So, these quotations are given by Srila Jiva Goswami to substantiate that Krishna must have returned to Vrindavan. He couldn't have done anything else. And in fact, essentially that whole book is just discussing this. It's just discussing this. So yes, Krishna is very kind, very merciful. In the Battle of Kurukshetra, before the Battle of Kurukshetra, Krishna gave his word not to fight, but then to protect Arjuna, he fought against Bhishma. He fought against Karna. Well, he didn't fight against Karna, but he urged Arjuna to cheat. So the idea there is Krishna is so kind to his devotees, he's ready to break his promise. Solemn religious promise. If upholding that promise will be bad for his devotee. Here's another interesting example. Krishna stealing the butter. Krishna's famous as Makhan Chor, stealing butter every day. Mother Yashoda, she would, well, from Nanda Maharaja's herd of 900,000 cows, just the best cows, milk-giving cows, Mother Yashoda selected about 10, the 10 best, and kept them herself. And she would go out and cut grass by hand for them herself, and feed the grass to those cows herself, and milk the cows herself. Turn the milk into yogurt herself, churn the yogurt into butter herself, and give the butter to Krishna. Here, Krishna, take it. And it was the best butter, because she was worried that Krishna was getting a reputation for stealing butter. And she thought this is very bad, because, if he grows up with a stealing habit, he could be arrested. He may become, as we say, he may become the leader of the Makhan Mafia. And he may get arrested, and people will say, what sort of useless mother did this fellow have? So she felt very concerned. Got to get him out of the stealing habit. So therefore she did like what I just said, and made this the best butter, and just handed it all, kilos of it, to Krishna. Just eat it all. And she'd come back in 5 minutes, and you know what? Krishna had gone. He'd eaten some of the butter, but he had gone, and he was stealing butter next door. And poor Mother Yashoda was just really flabbergasted, frustrated, didn't know what to do at all, couldn't understand it. What's wrong with my butter? There's nothing wrong with my butter. It's the best. Why is it not good enough for him? But the thing is that all the cows in Vraja, they're all devotees, and they were all thinking, we want Krishna to get our milk products. So all their love, all the love of all the cows was going into the milk. And the ladies, because the ladies would milk the cows, not the men. The ladies would milk the cows, and they'd be thinking, we want Krishna to get all this milk and all the products from this milk. And they knew Krishna liked the butter. So they would churn as much, they'd make yogurt and then churn it into butter. And while they're doing that, they're just thinking, we want Krishna to get this butter. And all their love was going into the butter. And Krishna, he doesn't care about the material taste. He just cares about the love. That's all. He tastes the love. So Krishna just really wanted to get that butter. And the ladies wanted to give him the butter. So why didn't he just go there and say, well, here I am. Can I have some butter, please? You know, the reason was because the husbands, they're sort of, transcendental, but transcendentally business-minded. And they were thinking, we got to trade our different dairy products to get vegetables and other things that we need for our families to live. So if they found out that their wives were just giving away the butter to Krishna, it would just be unacceptable. Even though divorce was unknown in those days, but there probably would have been divorce. But Krishna wanted the butter. He had to have the butter because he knew it's just full of the love of the older gopis. So how to get it? He had to steal it. And he stole it. And when the husbands came back in the evening and asked their wives, where's the butter? The wives would say, well, they'd act like, they were not happy. They would say, you won't believe it, Krishna's stolen it again, it's terrible. And so Krishna would take the blame. That's Krishna's mercy. Krishna's kindness. He took the blame for stealing the butter. Although they wanted him to have the butter, they really wanted Krishna to have the butter. But out of affection for his devotees, he took the blame for stealing the butter. So they didn't have to take any blame at all. And they would act like they were blaming Krishna, wag their fingers at him and things like that. But actually they were really happy. So yes, Krishna, that's Krishna's mercy. He took the blame for getting the butter. Then Krishna is so concerned for his devotees, he'll do anything to correct them. Listen to this. This is from Caitanya Charitamrita. Madhya Lila. It's also the Lord speaking to Sanatana Goswami, chapter 22. If those who desire material enjoyment or merging into the existence of the absolute truth, if they engage in the Lord's transcendental loving service, they will immediately attain shelter at Krishna's lotus feet, although they did not ask for it. Krishna is therefore very merciful. Krishna says, this is Lord Chaitanya speaking, Krishna says, if one engages in my transcendental loving service, but at the same time wants the opulence of material enjoyment, he's very, very foolish. Indeed, he's just like a person who gives up ambrosia to drink poison. And Krishna says, since I am very intelligent, why should I give this fool material prosperity? Instead, I shall induce him to take the nectar of the shelter of my lotus feet and make him forget illusory material enjoyment. So Lord Chaitanya says, whenever Krishna is requested to fulfill a devotee's desire, he undoubtedly does so, but he does not award anything which, after being enjoyed, will cause one to petition him again and again to fulfill further desires. When one has desires, but engages in the Lord's service, Krishna forcibly gives one shelter at his lotus feet. where one will forget all other desires. Yes, so you'll see it happen. You'll see it happen, yeah, in your life. Here's a little story. Some of you, I'm sure some of you have heard this story. You know the story about the king and the minister, the one whose thumb got cut off, right? You know that story. Anyway, I'm going to tell you again. So there was a king who had a minister, and they were close, and the king would go hunting regularly. One day they were out hunting, and the king was about to release an arrow, but he slipped, and the arrow jumped out of his bow and cut off the top of his thumb. And the king was just in shock. It's terrible. It's a disaster. Look at this. And what do you think of this? He asked the minister. And the minister said, it's Krishna's mercy. And the king said, what do you mean it's Krishna's mercy? Look at my thumb. This is not Krishna's mercy. It's a disaster. And the minister said, no, it's Krishna's mercy. And an argument arose, and the king had the minister arrested. So now the minister's in jail for saying it's Krishna's mercy. So, thumb, lost something from the top of the thumb. But then after a few days or whatever, the king went out hunting again, but without the minister, because he's in jail. And the king got lost. And he got arrested by some aboriginals. And they told him that we have a special honor for you. You will be offered as a human sacrifice to Mother Kali. It's your lucky day. So the king's in total shock. They're going to sacrifice me to Kali. But before they did that, the chief priest of the Aboriginals had to check his body to see if he was, if his body was whole, because you don't want to offer, an unwhole body to Kali Ma. It would be Kali Aparad. So the minister's checking, the body of the king. And then he says, oh, wait a minute. Part of his thumb is missing. Oh, no, we can't offer him to Kali. Oh, so sorry. You can't be offered to Kali. Get out. So they let the king go. And he made his way back to his place. And he's thinking, the minister was right. It was Krishna's mercy that I lost part of my thumb. Oh, but I had him locked up. Oh, no, that's terrible. So he went and released the minister and said, I'm so sorry I locked you up. It's terrible. Oh, and I just couldn't understand that it was Krishna's mercy I lost part of my thumb. Oh, I'm so sorry. And the minister said, no. It was Krishna's mercy that you locked me up. And the king said, no, it wasn't. It was my nonsense. No, the minister said, no, it was actually Krishna's mercy. I'll explain. And the minister said, if you had not locked me up, I would have been out with you in the forest on the hunting expedition. I would have been arrested with you. And they wouldn't offer you to Kali because your body's not whole. But my body is whole. They would have offered me to Kali. So it's Krishna's mercy that you locked me up in jail. So you see, I don't think it's a true story, but You get the idea, right? You get the idea. Yeah. Things may happen which appear to not be Krishna's mercy, but they may actually be Krishna's mercy. Yes. For example, it's a different example, but in Bhagavad Gita chapter 9 verse 30, apichet suduracharo bhajate mam ananyabhak sadureva samantavya samyagvya vasatohisa, that Krishna says that my devotee, even if my devotee commits some abominable activity, he should still be considered saintly, because he's properly situated in his determination, as long as he's still trying to practice and trying to advance in Krishna consciousness, despite there having been something really wrong, which he did, but still he's trying to carry on. So the devotee should be considered saintly. Because the basic determination is right to somehow carry on. And the word which is used is suduracha. Suduracha. Acha, of course, means activity. Duracha means bad activity. Suduracha means very bad activity. Extremely bad activity. Ramanujacharya actually, he says that suduracha means exceedingly wicked activity. Exceedingly wicked. Even if somehow a devotee by accident or bad habit, old habit which just still hanging on, does something really that they shouldn't do, but they still determined to continue in devotional service, then they can be considered saintly. They must be considered saintly. Yeah, and normally if someone does something which is exceedingly wicked, something really bad, then they go to hell. But not if they're devotees. As long as they remain really trying to advance, then the devotees do not go to hell, but we must accept them as saintly people. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that Krishna says, he gives some sort of like extra conversation between Krishna and Arjuna in his commentaries on different verses in Bhagavad Gita. And on this verse, he says that Krishna says, I've just said I'm equal to everyone, but if my devotees perform improper acts, I don't reject them. Arjuna asks, if one sees a person doing like this, how could one think he's a sadhu? And Krishna says, because the question is, how could you think he's a sadhu? Krishna says, you should think like this. My order is the proof. And Arjuna says, well, when he's worshipping, he may be a sadhu. But when he's doing some nonsense, he's not a sadhu. And Krishna replies, no, he's only a sadhu in every regard, because he's properly resolved to serve me. Then Arjuna says, such an irreligious man who's rendering service, how do you accept his service? His heart is polluted by lust, greed, anger, and his offerings are polluted by such things. Then Krishna speaks the first part of the next verse, verse 31, Shipram bhavati dharmatma, shachva chantim negachati. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. And so Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur continues, he quickly, as Krishna, he quickly becomes righteous, then I accept his offerings. He quickly becomes righteous because he laments, remembering me again and again. He thinks, alas, alas, there's no other devotee like me. I'm like a black spot among the devotees. In this way his heart burns in the fire of lamentation. Again and again he curses himself. Through experiencing the burning fire of this ordeal, he becomes purified. He thinks, I'm unable to give up this sinful activity, and I'm going to go to hell for this. But I'll never give up devotional service to Krishna. Because of this determination, I keep him a sadhu, and I accept the impurity of his activity. And Arjuna says, I understand he becomes righteous, there's no doubt. But what if he remains sinful, does abominable activities during his life? Should we still consider him a sadhu? Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, Krishna becomes angry. His eyes become enlarged. He says, Kantaya pratijanihi, name bhakta pranashati. My devotee never perishes. Even if he dies, he does not go down. There's no need for prayaschita. My unalloyed devotee, if by mistake he acts improperly, he'll become purified by my power and again attain me. When Krishna says this, Arjuna put his hand on his head and said in great worry, many people will not agree. And he became morose. How can I help them to understand this fact? Krishna says, take mridangas, take kartals, take drums, and bang everything loudly, and go to where they're speaking like this, and raise both hands in the air, and take a vow, take an oath in my name, and say like this, the devotee of the Lord, even if improperly behaving, will never perish. He will reach the proper destination. And when you speak like this, all the people will fall at your feet and say, Maharaj, you are our guru. Hare Krishna. So Krishna is very kind to his devotees. He's very kind. Actually, we could have a seminar just on Krishna's mercy to his devotees. These are just a few little excerpts. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Radha Radhanath ki. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava tomorrow ki jai. Hari Bol.